What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Second Straight. I hope you're all having a very good day today. Welcome to the WandaVision finale community live stream. Where we're going to get together and bring some different people onto the show and the stream and talk about WandaVision episode 9 and the finale and what we thought about it and the season overall. I hope you all had a chance to watch it maybe once or twice. Maybe you went through and you rewatched the series. I mean, hey, it really only takes a couple of hours, right? Um, but let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. Now, if you're going to want your thoughts read on air, you're probably going to want to drop a super chat for today because, we're going to have a bunch of guests on here and we won't necessarily be paying attention. And I don't want you all to feel neglected in the chats. We will get into some of those, but for the most part, this is your chance to call in and let your voice be heard. So there's really no need to send any of those super chats in unless you don't want to call in and you just want to toss a couple bucks to the channel and support us in that way. Hey, which is great, and I do greatly appreciate it. And even if not, even if you're just here to listen in, and thank you for being here. We greatly appreciate it. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring on my guests here. We got two guests with us already. We've got my man Eric Heine and my favorite Porter, Mike Porter. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. I'm doing great. Yeah, Eric, how are you doing?
I'm awesome.
All right.
That's good.
Good deal. Good deal. So, well, just starting off, Eric, what did you think about episode 9?
Well, I gotta make this quick, so I got a doctor's appointment in a little bit. So
Okay.
my thoughts really are it's a great series, and I like the big part when Darcy came in and drove into Hayward's car, and she was like, "Oh, you're going to jail." And that was my favorite part of the show.
All right, yeah, when Darcy came in and got Hayward, huh? Yeah, that was definitely. I thought that was a pretty funny part because yeah, Hayward, man, he's trying to make his getaway. Yeah, chicken Hayward, man. What about
What an
you?
asshole.
Huh? Oh, what about you, Mike? What did you think about episode 9? And
Well, I thought the show was good, and when I watched it the first time, I was a little bit disappointed because of some of the Easter eggs. Now I know some of the Easter eggs did pan out, but some of them didn't. Like we didn't get Wizard like we thought we might. Grim Reaper, Wonder Man. I of course wanted Doctor Strange to make make a. Can you hear me?
yeah,
Uh, I wanted Doctor Strange to make a appearance, and of course, Ralph not being the big bad, and he was actually Pietro, and Pietro ended up being Boner. I wasn't, too excited about it. But after I rewatched it, I really did love it. And of course, some things didn't fully happen, but they were alluded to. Uh, Doctor Strange was alluded when Agnes said um, that the Scarlet Witch is more powerful than the Sorcerer Supreme.
right.
And when she looked at the book, at the very end, Wanda, was in the astral plane and at looking at the Darkhold, and the music was playing. Of course, of Doctor Strange's music was playing in the background, so that's all alluded. And of course, you heard one kid who I'm pretty sure that's Wiccan calling out to her. And Agnes also said, "You don't know what you unleashed." So
Right.
I think that the multiverse was implied. So Doctor Strange and uh, multiverse was implied. And hey, while I got you, I just want to say first of all, um, the night going before, we were all excited. I couldn't sleep that night. And yeah, it was a little bit of a let go, because when we heard some of the leaks, and then um, when I saw Monica pick up that necklace, I'm like, oh, here we go. He's going to say, "Are you a mutant?" And then he's like, "Are you going to hurt me or whatever?" And she's like, "Nice to meet you, Ralph Boner." And I was like, "Oh," but overall, if you look at the basis of it, I didn't have a problem with with the story. Um, it was a little Disney there at the end when um, when she says, "Well, you know, I," all of a sudden she had the runes, and so she had the magic there, and she turned the tables. It was a little Disney-esque, but to me, I really like that. And everybody's like, "Well, how can she learn that?" Well, remember, the Scarlet Witch does not have to do any cantations. Scarlet Witch is more powerful than the Sorcerer Supreme. So I think that's incredible. If I can go ahead and talk, my favorite line was when Wanda turned to the children and said, "Boys, take care of the military. Mommy will be right back." I love that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I enjoyed, Wanda doing the mind tricks. I enjoyed the tables were turned. And I will say one thing about um, about everybody's disappointment a little bit. Imagine if Infinity War or Endgame was given to us in 30-minute segments. We would be talking about Adam Warlock coming. We would be talking about Nova. We would be talking about Silver Surfer. We would be talking about a lot of things. Thanos and all the Titans showing up because they're not happy. The Watchers showing up and everything. And we would be disappointed. Feige kind of took a risk. And I would just say, watch, like you alluded to, and this one I'm going to do is I'm about finished with the fourth time of watching WandaVision, and then instead of watching it a fifth time, I'm just going to go from 1 to 9. Watch it as a story, and I understand if it doesn't hit you, but I really did, enjoy it. And then one more point I'm just going to bring up, that I think Wanda was cruel, whether she knows it or not. What she did to the community, or to the town, and then of course what she did to Agnes at the end. Although I think it was very fitting, and I mean, if Agnes goes to a jail, she's going to break out anyway. So this is perfect what Wanda did. So overall, at first, I was like, well, they didn't nail the landing. It was more of to oh, a 9 through 10, 9 of 1 through 10. And then when I rewatched it, I give it a 9.5. It doesn't give those extra points, but I actually like the series. If some of those things would have come true, and I guess some people are having problems with the final battle, I actually didn't have a problem with it. So I, now, is it the best thing I've watched in the MCU? No, but it's certainly not the worst thing. And I think it is a TV show. You've got with a big budget, and you've got to take it for what it is. Everybody's like, well, how do you rank it in the MCU movies? That would be difficult for me. I would have to just, I would have to just go ahead and say that that's a different thing.
Yeah.
So
Me
those are
too.
my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I had everything written down. Sorry, Eric, if I took a lot of time, but I didn't want to stutter as I usually do.
No, you're good. You're good, man. Let's see. What is this thing? You're muted, Eric.
Eric, you're
You're
muted.
muted. There you go.
Yeah, how I get muted?
No, you got it. You got it. You're good.
Okay.
So did you have was there any did you have any disappointment in the episode at all, Eric?
No, not at all. I don't think I don't think any disappointment at all, except for maybe the White Vision leaving, how he left. I don't know where did he go.
Yeah, that's a good question, and certainly something that a lot of people have been thinking about and kind of asking here. I've noticed over the past few days, everyone's the White Vision go, and we've kind of nicknamed him. A member of the community has nicknamed him Cataract, and that's kind of what we've been going with. Um, but yeah, he kind of flew off, and we don't know where he went to. My guess is that he's probably out there looking for answers uh, to all the questions that he has now, because he was just born yesterday, just like he said in Ultron. Um, and like going with what like some of what you said, Mike. I agree. I thought the episode was pretty good. I thought the fight scene was pretty good. Were there some things in there that were a little cheesy? Yeah, in that like that kind of Disney way. You know, you got the whole the wicked witches fighting. You know, you got the wicked witch and the good witch, and she's not even the good witch. You know, kind of like you're saying, she is a little bit cruel. But I think anybody like if we really want to get into all of that, chopping all those kind of psychological factors in, I mean, to me, I would say maybe anybody that doesn't like that and she's just being cruel and she knows what she's doing and all that stuff too is, I would say maybe you've never been through a similar kind of struggle like she's going through and then been impacted the same way, because she is, while she's probably aware to some level of what she's doing, she's not exactly aware of all the bad. She still wants to, she's at a point where she's grieving and she wants to block all that out. She wants to heal and get through it, but she's also doing that by
Mhm.
hurting herself and hurting others and things like that. I mean, it's one thing to sit here and talk about it. It's one thing to actually go through it and understand some of those situations. I would think for the most part, when it comes down to a lot of that stuff. But I do kind of feel like some of the end. I think there was just a lot of this was rushed here in this last episode. Altogether, I did enjoy the episode though. And even what it left us with, because it did introduce us to throughout this series. It introduced us to all of these characters, and I know there are a lot of people that are disappointed in kind of how this went down, and believe me, there's a huge amount of people that are disappointed with this episode and how it went down, and understandably so. I get that. I think some of that, a lot of that comes with our expectations as fans, and what we want. And I'm sure here over as long as this stream goes on, we'll probably have more and more people coming on and talking about some of these things, the different nitpicks and stuff. Airing out their feelings about it. But and I do get a lot of that, but I also think that there's you really got to take your hat off to a lot of things that go on surrounding everything going on with this series and this episodes. For one, I mean, I think a little bit of our expectations should be tempered by the fact that it's not a movie; it's a TV show. It's
Mhm.
when Feige was talking about when they were going to start these series. He was talking about how they were meant to expand this universe, not necessarily be the universe and these big budget films that have just all this crazy stuff going on in them. And while they do have big budgets, a lot of people, kind of talking about the budgets and everything on these shows as well, is the fact that these are still these Hollywood stars getting paid these budgets. They're not getting paid TV show budgets here. They're not getting. It's not like they're getting off for cheaper pay or something. They're still paying these Hollywood actors their normal salary for these things, and probably even more. And then I know, people probably got the breakdowns of, well, they said they're going to spend this much on digital effects. Well, it probably costs a little more than, maybe we're making it out to be. Who knows? All all I know is I kind of had, like going into the season, I had high expectations of it, just in the sense of what I wanted from it. And I think overall, coming out of it, I feel pretty good about the season and how it ended up. I do feel they could have done a lot of things better with, like, those first 3 episodes. Just seeing everything we've got now, those first 3 episodes could have probably been condensed down even more and give us a little more of the good stuff, or even just shorten the series altogether. Maybe make those first 3, kind of maybe one episode, one of those 40-minute episodes, and then like I said, maybe just shorten the series altogether. I think that might have played off just a little bit better. But one of the other things I've kind of been thinking about is, Kevin Feige, he knows about, like, all the pop culture out there, everybody out there doing these videos, doing these theory videos, and all of these kinds of things. Do you think? I know there's, like, it seems like there's been nods to a lot of that throughout the series. Like everybody, when the Snoopers Gonna Snoop thing came out in, what was that, episode 7? Everybody was kind of likening it to, oh, like the Scooper's Gonna Scoop thing, right? And let me ask you, do you think for 1 second that Kevin Feige don't know about that kind of stuff?
Definitely. I think what he did, like he did in the movies when he brought Ant-Man and Guardians of Galaxy to to the movies, that he trained a normie to be a nerd. Like I always say, a nerd is born every 5 minutes, especially when they watch an MCU movie. I think because of our expectations, I think he trained um, the sweaties to temper what their expectations are, because we are going to get mutants. Like John Campea said, he said it would take 5 years till we got mutants, and he says we're 3 years left. We might get a mention in Falcon and Winter Soldier, but at this point, I don't expect that. I expect that timeline to be right. Remember, Namor and Wakanda was Atlantis, and Wakanda was a Easter egg in Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
How long ago was that? That's at least 8 to 10 years ago. So we have to be patient. We know we want all the toys in the toy box. We're sweaties. We know what the toys are. We want to come out and play with them all. But we are eventually going to get that. So yes, I think scoopers are going to scoop. I think he is well aware. I think on some of these big communities, there are people there that are definitely, bless
Thank you.
that there are people definitely there watching and is well aware. I mean, look, Chillmonger was just talking about a comic book, and he ends up on Disney Plus. They know exactly what is going on.
Right. Right. So, do you like, with the fan expectations and all that hype, that, so he knows about all that stuff then, right? I mean, we can all admit that he knows about the scooper culture and everything like that. He probably knows. I mean, does he know about little old me? I doubt it. But he certainly knows about some of our friends and our acquaintances here on the channel, all of our mutuals and everything as well. We all know Josh over at the Den of Nerds. He does a lot of that. But he really just covers a lot of what the scoopers and the leakers are putting out there, and kind of gets it and digests it and puts it out there with his opinions on what he thinks about the scoops and these kinds of things out there like that. And we know there's certainly those people that he goes to, those sources. There's a whole bunch of different sources out there. Some people who claim to have sources, some people who probably legitimately have some, and some people who are probably just making stuff up the whole time, And then there's, people like me. I don't have inside sources. I just make stuff up from what I see in the movies and the TV shows and stuff like that. But certainly,
And the comics.
yeah. So certainly, that Kevin Feige knows that there are people out there doing these theories and things like that. Um, he knows all of those things, and so we know that he's very aware of it, and it seems like in the series he did give some tips and some nods to that kind of stuff, but at the same time, you also see it almost seems like he struck, like, just like went for the knockout on kind of like, it almost seems like he took a knock at people's credibility, with the thing altogether. It seems like he almost took a knock at people's credibility, because, like, and I say that in the sense that I don't know that he necessarily meant that so much as I feel like he does that kind of stuff. Like, some of that stuff may have got out there on purpose, and he's just kind of saying, like, you only see what I want you to see. That's all you're gonna see, and you can go with that. Like, we'll give you some truth, a little bit of truth, and the rest is just gonna be nothing. You're gonna have to digest it, and you can build your own theories off of. I mean, do you see that as a total boner move?
Well, a little bit, but it's to keep us in check. And remember, we've had misdirects and trailers before, so I there's a lot of speculation that they may have had Doctor Strange on camera and they may have shot, but they're holding that. And
Yeah.
I think there might be a couple lines. Maybe when Monica took that necklace off, maybe they had one scene where they practiced him saying, "Are you a mutant?" It's very possible that they can have a disc, you know,
Right.
that they could have shot it a couple of different ways, and
Yeah.
then they knew what they were going to use. But in case there's leakers, because there's been a lot of leakers, and sometimes you wonder, was that leaked out to hype the show, or was this legitimate leakers? And to stop leakers, that's what you do. You shoot the scene a different couple of ways. We
Right.
all know that in Endgame and Infinity War, that they had different scripts. The only one that had the correct script, I believe, was Benedict Cumberbatch.
Right.
So yes, totally. He's got a lot on his plate, and he knows we work overtime because, like I say, your gears even now is moving in your head. I can see the gears going right through your forehead. But
Yeah.
yeah, he has to work overtime to keep us in check.
Yeah, and just like you said there too, I think there is definitely something to that where he's aware of all of it. And like you're saying, they shot all these scenes and everything, and if he was there on set, and here's the thing is, right now maybe everybody's feeling it like they took one on the chin. Like, I've even seen our friend Josh over at Den of Nerds kind of feeling like he a little sour, like he's kind of taking one on the chin too with like all this
He's
stuff.
hurt.
Like, yeah,
He's not sour. He's
yeah,
hurt.
and like like Feige's coming out, kind of like being a boner about it, and the thing is like, for one, and he kind of feels a little bit responsible, and building some of this hype up for fans and everything. But look, you know what? Nobody else is responsible for that, except for the fans ourselves. We're the ones who get into these things, and we get excited, and we hear all these little things, and we get excited because you know what, we do hear a lot of these rumors come from sources that have been credible in the past, and that's a lot of what like Josh breaks down and things like that, and just builds off of that. So like, there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff, and anybody who's mad at any of these people for doing that stuff, you can't be mad at these people, because I do think that Kevin Feige is out there, just keeping things in check, keeping things in line. But here's the thing is, just like you're saying with all those scenes shot, I do think that there's a point that we're gonna reach, like maybe come Doctor Strange 2, where we actually see some of the scenes that they shot, if he was actually there on set, where he actually comes in on that sentence and they do some stuff, and they're like, we were shooting this at the time, and it's just easier for us to shoot these scenes right here for this flashback later in this movie right now while everything's here. And so I think while there is some of that going on, where he's probably doing the Snoopers gonna snoop thing. along with that, like maybe later, come Doctor Strange 2, after that comes out, maybe all these people will be vilified in the fact that, you know what they were predicting actually came true. Maybe some of the things, those leaks and stuff, actually came true, some of them. And I think that's maybe where it's at. Just just thinking about it, because to me they set up so many different things within this series itself. Um, what do you think, Eric? You got your mic muted again.
Hello,
It's
Eric.
There you go. There you go.
That was your fault, Charlie.
Do you think Feige has been messing with everybody?
Yeah, I think he's always been with everybody. He's kind of that guy who doesn't like to spoil things, but yet troll.
Definitely, yeah. I think he's definitely. I don't know. Like I said, I think there's a thing he's kind of doing where it's kind of like he's, like I said, he's kind of in control of it all. I feel like he's giving them some stuff, and he's kind of saying like, hey, back up a little bit, like
Yeah.
calm down, guys, like and you can even see over the last week how everybody was kind of coming out like, hey, man, it's probably not what you're all thinking, and which is kind of a funny thing because even going, over these, like, I think by the time it got down to the last three episodes, even I was sitting there kind of like, they can't really give us much more. This is the end. That they can't, like. I was still sitting there thinking they might give us a cameo of somebody that they're going to bring on into the future of the MCU, like maybe a character reveal or something. And I mean, really, I mean, they gave us the reveal of Agatha Harkness all along, and I mean, that was really about it. I mean, that was because at that point, that's when it's just time to wrap everything up. And I guess we should have seen it all coming. At that point, we should have seen it all coming, and that's kind of how I did feel going into those last couple episodes. Like, this is the end.
What's that?
This is the end.
Hey, bud. Are you talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did get Monica. That was one thing that we got, and also Jimmy Woo, was looking for a person of interest, and we don't know if Ralph Boner, the actor, is just using an alias, and we don't know if he actually could be Peter, or Pietro. I guess we'll find out, at the end, but it could just be him, or maybe it is more, because and one more thing I want to talk about is the Hayward sham. No, not that he was really a sham, but really, you're going to lock up Jimmy Woo, an FBI agent, take him as a prisoner. You can't put Jimmy Woo in a corner. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But I did not. A lot of people were upset about the way Wanda is, and Wanda is evil, but Hayward, what a stooge. That's the way I look at him. He's the guy you love to hate. I thought he might end up as someone else, and he could in the future, but I think he was just being used,
Yeah.
in that play where he's kind of a foil and everybody was kind of upset with him.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take any more time if Eric's got to go or what he needs to do.
Yeah. So, what do you think about all that, Eric? Oh, there you go.
I was okay. So
How,
okay.
how did you feel about like the usage of Hayward and how it seemed like they were building him up a little bit, and then he just ends up being just kind of a government stooge.
Being a douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I actually thought at first when they were gonna do this episode, I actually thought that he was gonna tell the captain, say, wait here, I want to go to the bathroom, and he twists his mustache and he goes, Lord Ultron, you can rise now. I
Yeah,
did
yeah,
your
That's
bidding.
basically what he was.
yeah. And I honestly I gotta say I can't remember the guy's name who played Hayward. I thought he actually did a pretty good. I thought he did a pretty good job in the series. I think overall a lot of the actors in this series did just a really good job. I mean, I think they all brought their A game in the acting. Now, one thing I did notice somebody had was saying was uh, in Elizabeth Olsen and her kind of acting abilities and how it kind of seemed like there was some parts where she just didn't seem as emotional, I guess. Like so some of it varied like the actual, you could like almost like you see her develop throughout the series or you just see breakdowns or whatnot. And I was kind of thinking that maybe what some of that was like with the reshoots when they had to do some of that kinds of stuff because just inconsistencies in acting. I think some of that has to do with like where they were probably doing reshoots or probably where they were shooting these certain things at the beginning of the series and these other certain things later. By the time they were a little more comfortable, and then obviously reshoots and things like that as well is kind of what I'm thinking more than anything. But I thought they all did. I thought they all did great. Eric, do you think that we're gonna see Agnes again in the future? Agatha Harkness?
Uh, I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. I think we might see her in maybe show up and appear in Doctor Strange 2, possibly. I don't know.
What
But
about
hey,
you,
I
Mike?
gotta go, by the way.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go to the doctor's.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good luck at your appointment. Hope everything's going well.
Good
How
And
long is
to see you,
this video
Eric.
gonna be, by the way?
huh?
How long is this video gonna be?
I don't know. We'll see however long whoever else wants to come onto the stream and do some talking. So hey, check back in when you get back from the doctor to see if we're still going.
Okay.
All right,
All
man.
right.
Well, thanks for being here, Eric.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem.
Thanks
Have
for having me on.
have a good one.
Good to see you, Eric. Well, I think Agnes will be back as well. I think she will be in Doctor Strange. I just thought it was kind of weird because she did make a comment, and that was back to what I said that she alluded to. I think I wanted to see the multi madness unleashed, and I think she says, "You know what you just unleashed," and I don't know exactly what she did. Maybe by becoming the full Scarlet Witch that she became, that maybe that inadvertently opened up the multi madness. But she says, "You need me because I'm the only one that will be able to help you." So she's like, "Well, I know where to find you." And then she's like, "Okie dokie, artichokey," which I thought, which I thought was hilarious. And I
Yeah.
know, speaking for Eric, I know that he really liked when Darcy hit hit Hayward and said, "Enjoy your time in prison." You know,
Yeah.
I think that was really funny. But I think most certainly, if she is not brought back, she is going to be alluded to, and that goes back to Catherine Hahn. Yes, Elizabeth Olsen was great, and I hope she's at least up for an Emmy of comedy or whatever they want to call this, because Emmys and the Golden Globes have different types of things. I don't know if they would call this a drama or what they would call it, but I would say that I would like to see Catherine Hahn also being nominated, because I really thought, especially in episode 8, I really thought that, I mean, you see Meryl Streep, you see Tom Hanks, the way she portrayed Agatha, and she was basically the narrator and the catalyst. Wanda didn't do, Elizabeth Olsen didn't do a lot of talking. She definitely did a lot of facial, but it was all Agatha all along. But Agatha was I mean, Catherine Hahn, to me, was very strong in episode 8. And I think episode 8, in my opinion, was probably the best episode. Yes, I loved it in episode 4, and I don't know, was it episode 6 where we see Monica get her powers? And we can't forget that either. It's like, what did this show, do? We now have Monica Rambeau, and I don't think we've seen her full power set. I don't even think she knows, and I believe she is going to be in Captain Marvel too. So I think as fans, we're going to have to be patient. Look at the slate. I'm speaking for Eric also because I saw him in chat earlier saying how he was looking forward to the Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
We got to remember this. We got Falcon and Winter Soldier. We've got Loki. We've got all these movies coming out. We've got all these TV shows coming out.
Yeah.
Let's be patient. We're going to be served. And let's take this for what this was. This was like, we're in a different era. About 20 or 30 years ago, we had HBO. And this was kind of like an HBO show. They spent money that was very close to what a movie would be, and they gave us 9 episodes. Apparently, the rumor is, and like I say, take it all with a grain of salt, that we're going to get 6 one-hour shows of Falcon and Winter Soldier. Take it for what it is, because I think there are going to be some people, some sweaties, or some that do not watch the Disney app, that will go to the theaters or however they see movies now, and will come back and watch those things. So there are going to be some people that are not going to watch these TV shows. But the fact that we've watched the TV shows and going into the movies, or the Disney Plus shows, I should say, it's going to enrich what we see. Because someone was saying, how could they do that? They're going to be missing things. Well, I think a couple things will be picked up in dialogue and flashbacks. And because remember, there has been a lot of normies that pick which MCU movie they're going to see.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the normies have only seen half of the 23, 24 MCU movies. They pick and choose what they want to see. We just got a very rich backstory. And so let's take it for what it is. It was like a movie quality, like what HBO and Stars and Cinemax and all those Showtime and all those originals. And just know that we are going to get all the toys in the toy box, but we have to share, right now. And one day it will be given to us. They'll give it to us in our hand and we'll be able to play with it. Yeah. So it's coming, everybody. But we have to be patient and we have to enjoy what we've got. I mean, look at the TV side. The TV side, which had different producers. We had the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that was kind of connected, kind of not. It was a one-way connection, whatever.
Yeah.
And then look at the Boston Humans. They made me go to the theater, a 3D theater, to see hours of that mess, of them running around with powers, Medusa getting her hair shaved, that looked like they were running around in a mall. It was a terrible thing. WandaVision was not that. Maybe it didn't hit you as well, but it hit me. It hit me well, and I think it will set up things to come. We just have to be a little patient.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree. And like I said, my thing, I thought it was good. I thought they handled a lot of the stuff well. I mean, is there certainly things they could have done better? Absolutely. But I mean, altogether, I mean, I think part of what it is we also kind of lose kind of perspective of the fact that it is a TV show. It's not a movie. And I don't know. And at the same time, I mean, it does have these, like I said, these actors in it, these big and these big budgets. So I do get that we kind of almost expect a little bit more. And I think one of those things also, along with that, actually comes in with a lot of people talking about kind of some of the writing and stuff with the show and just the way that it went. And Jack Schaefer and how she's going to be doing the Black Widow. She wrote the Black Widow movie also. Um, I think a lot of that comes into play. You know, where like maybe sometimes we think, you know, the best way I can put it is like right now in the X-Men comic books, in the Marvel comics, they got Jonathan Hickman who's doing the X-Men storyline, right? Jonathan Hickman's been around for a while. He's certainly a good writer, but at the same time, I was reading the series. I'm like, I think a lot of people made it a little bit more like everybody's thinking it's something that's big brained, and it's really not. It's just kind of just a simple, basic story, and it's us that's overthinking it, and they kind of bank on that, you know, hoping that you as the fan kind of overthink it, and you know, looking at all these different things, then really just what they're just giving you, you know, like saying like looking at it and taking it at that face value. Um, certainly. But altogether, I felt like they did a good job. I do feel like they, like I was saying earlier, they set up these characters there at the very end. We've seen Wanda there at what I'm guessing. I mean, I think we're all kind of guessing that that's Wundagore Mountain. We seen her there, you know, messing with the Darkhold and all of that stuff. You know, we did get confirmation of that, and to me, that in itself is a reveal. If you ask me, that's a reveal of. I want to say Chthon. Apparently, that's not the right, correct pronunciation for it, but it all dates back to Chthon, who pretty much created the Darkhold, and it all ties back to that, which is interesting considering, you know, we know this is kind of leading into Doctor Strange 2, because it, for me, it also alludes to Immortus. I kind of feel like we've got an Immortus thing going on here as well, that's kind of been set up here, that I think will be explored even more so in Loki, especially considering we all seen in Loki in that trailer the same thing that everybody was theorizing for this show is Mephisto. There's the devil in the background. And you know, everybody's been making a deal of the, you know, the China thing with, you know, they don't want Mephisto, they don't like all that stuff. Where I think maybe that's where we're going to be getting Immortus, because he don't like time being tampered with. It's got to stay the same, and he is the kind of the master of time. And I'm thinking just from Loki, maybe that's what we're actually getting, as opposed to maybe, you know, maybe we should squash all those theories about Mephisto right now.
Yeah, and you know, I wouldn't put, you know, Kevin Feige, of course, has put a couple stories that are based together, and kind of, you know, puts them all together, and I could see that even happening with the villains, that he may take, you know, some skill sets and everything like that, just like I believe with Monica. Is it Spectrum, or is it, you know, what's the other one? You know, but they may just call her Monica and put both of those skill sets together. So yeah, I mean that's exactly what. And you know, I'm also thinking about, she is powerful than the sorcerer, and we saw her. You know, it may be confusing to some people, but it was explained to me that when you saw the second Wanda, that she was in the astral plane, just like what Doctor Strange did while he was sleeping. He was sitting there studying, you know, in the astral plane. So almost basically being in two places at once. Well, if she's doing something that is very similar to a sorcerer, what does Mordo think? You know, there's too many sorcerers, and all of a sudden there's a Scarlet Witch. I could see him being involved, but don't get too excited, because Kevin Feige is watching us, and he wants to be two steps ahead of us. And if we speculate, that might have been shot, but it might not happen. But you would think that a character like Mordo would be very interested in what Scarlet Witch is doing. And at this point, Doctor Strange might need his help because apparently, according to Agatha, she is stronger than the Sorcerer Supreme. And she doesn't even have to think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically, she's bewitched without twitching her nose. She could come up with those runes in the sky, which again, I think a lot of people thought that was campy and it was kind of Disney-esque. It's like, oh no, Wanda is defeated, and then all of a sudden you see these runes everywhere, and all of a sudden it's like Beauty and the Beast. She comes back from the ashes, and
Yeah.
and she's the beast that's dead, and all of a sudden she's back alive, and then you see Agatha go like this, and she has no more powers. I know that doesn't hit everybody well. Of course, in my simple mind, it hit me great. I got happiness of that because she turned the tables, and then there was a little bit of closure there.
Yeah.
We knew that the big bad was Agatha, although, like we talked about, I mean, Hayward is probably going to jail right now. He's probably in prison, and Scarlet Witch is out there in Gore Mountain, as you say, and she didn't know that she treated those town people that way, the people in the little city. That she really did,
Yeah.
and I thought that was an interesting part too. See, in simplicity you can find richness, and
Right.
and the fact that those people were thinking that she's like, no, you're fine. They were not fine. She messed with their mind. I mean, if
Right.
someone was to touch you like a if you were to be hypnotized and then you become a different person and you're not your person anymore. Plus, when they were sleeping, they felt her grief.
Right. Yeah.
She was, yeah, I mean, look, I sympathize with her, but she did some bad things.
Definitely.
And someone asked me, they said, well, did you feel, kind of sad when the children were fading in? I think it was Wayne and I talk on Messenger, and he was like, did you feel bad for the children and Vision when they were disappearing? I said, no, I didn't feel bad for them. But what I felt was it was the classic superhero thing. It's a classic Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. Who are you going to save? Are you going to save the town, or are you going to save the little bus? Is she going to free all these people that she has been mind wiped, or is she going to save her family that she made? That's where I
Right.
had the thought. I'm like, well, what is she going to do now? And she chose her family first, and then eventually she let that go.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
Bermuda, baby.
Yeah. Definitely. Um. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I think there was just a lot of aspects, and like I said, we could sit here and chop and dice it up all day, just all of the different things. I think overall, I think the show it met my expectations. I mean, we kind of seen everything. We kind of really just followed Wanda, through this journey, this little incident that happened in this town. Um, and what do you think? I know there's like we said we're talking about White Vision earlier. Some threads left open. What about that? You think we're ever gonna learn about that person that Jimmy Woo was looking for?
yeah. I mean, I really my first suspect, and of course, Feige is watching. And the simple suspect, of course, would be Ralph Bonner or Boner, however you want to say his name. Boner. Which I thought it was funny at the time, but when someone said, "Man, we thought we were going to get mutants, and we ended up with a boner joke,"
Yeah.
I get the upsetness, but I think that
Yeah.
that he could be it. I think that there might be some ties in there. I don't think this is the end of Darcy and Jimmy Woo. I think we're going to see them continue. And yes, Vision, we will see Vision again. And I think if she hears Wiccan or one of the children calling out to her, I think in the multiverse she can bring the children back. She could probably bring back that vision, and eventually the vision that was in the hex,
Mm-hmm.
and eventually the vision in the hex, and when White Vision will merge, and we'll get Vision back. Obviously, with him lying, saying I'm Vision, and obviously he's coming back.
Yeah,
We're going to see him down the line, and
definitely.
you know, to make Wanda, I don't. I think he's going to. Doctor Strange is going to have to clean up Wanda's mess, even though we didn't see the mess fully. The only thing that I can go through is what Agatha said. That was what was unleashed,
Right.
and
Well,
I think eventually Wanda. Um, I think Wanda will go back and forth like she does in the comics, but for the most part, she thinks she's good, and I think she'll be good, until she does something like No More Mutants, which
yeah.
is either way.
Yeah, I think there's been like I said, I think there's some pretty big implications and everything for what's going on. And like she said, you don't know what you did. I think a lot of that actually does come down to some of the things that I was tossed in my theory video, that I'm upset at Kevin Feige because I went out there and I took all this stuff and had these theories and got myself all psyched out, and I'm all mad now. I,
I wish I could find a tissue for
I,
you,
I well,
and
one,
3/4 of the family.
right. I think one of the things though, that kind of maybe what she's implying there is some of the things I was talking about, where she is kind of rewinding time and doing some of those things like that. I think some of that there would be like some of those things where she's messing with time and getting some of those like temporal manipulations, and that's probably what happened here. Is she's probably just creating these kind of maybe not necessarily branch realities, but breaking reality in some of those sort of ways, like we've seen in Doctor Strange, like he did with the apple. So I don't know. That's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good part. You talk about loose ends. We remember in the very beginning, Darcy was talking about this, and Hayward knew this too, that she was messing with the cosmic microwave, the Big Bang
Yeah.
radiation. And I think that's why I said that, and it was never debunked. There were some things that was debunked that I thought, like she was controlling the hex, but she didn't make remote control, and at the end the TV was broken. No, I was wrong about that. She she not knowing, but she did build the hex. But the
Right.
CMBRs, we haven't really talked about that. And inside the hex, where she did the time, everything, she did the eggs and the chicken, and then of course when she saw the beekeeper, she said no, and she rewinded time inside the hex.
Right.
And
Well.
she does have the Mind Stone was made her, so she does have a power of an Infinity Stone. But inside the hex, she wielded the Infinity Gauntlet. I mean, she did. Now a lot of it might be her powers, but I think the cosmic Big Bang radiation will come, to fruition and other shows, and that is
Definitely.
probably part of why she is Scarlet Witch. Now, the Scarlet Witch outfit reveal, I was also excited about. I
Yeah.
thought that was, yeah, it was nice, and it was very good for the comic book. So yes, it was nice, but it was also, great for comic books because, like I heard someone say, this wasn't like a Fox X-Men thing. They're like, no, we're going to do it a little Earth-like, but no, we're going to do the Scarlet Witch costume.
Right.
And, they did it at first when she was trying to mess with Agnes, and then Agnes was trying to mess with her. You saw the computer-generated fire thing, and then at the very end, you saw her with that outfit, and I think that was when she was fully Scarlet Witch, is when Agatha says, "You don't know what you unleashed." But I thought that was also a great reveal, and it goes back to 8 when she got her powers magnified, basically, and they only the Hydra people only saw a portion of her. She was standing up, and the next thing you knew, she was on the ground. We all know what she saw. She saw an image of her,
Right.
and we see this image in 9. See, it may be simple, but I'm excited about the show. Now, I know, don't get me wrong, if you're not excited about it, then you have a right for that. We're not Star Wars here. We're the MCU.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
the reason why I say the MCU is because I think every movie that the MCU did was great. And I think there are some that are better than others. But I think overall they're great. And not everyone feels that way. Some people feel like Dark World was trash. Some people feel like Iron Man 2 was trash. I personally really like Iron Man 2 because I really like that, it brought Shield there. It brought Scarlet Witch. Not Scarlet Witch, Black Widow there. I thought that 2 was kind of important for setting things up. And was the final battle great? Maybe not, but I really enjoyed that movie. But it's not going to hit everybody the same way.
Right.
It may be their worst movie like that. And you might be surprised that some people's worst movie might be some people's best movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of my best movies in the MCU is Winter Soldier. That's not everybody's favorite. Everybody has a favorite. So this show, going back, this show's not going to hit everybody like it did us. But I felt like this stream would be a little more positive than some other streams. And they have every right to feel the way they do. And I totally understand. And some of it is not more than just the reveals that we didn't get. A lot of it is they didn't like the final battle between the witches and the CGI. Some did not like the writing. Some did not like the acting.
Right.
I totally understand it.
Yeah.
But for me, being a simple dude, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'm a simple
And
man with
so
simple tastes.
that's right. But everybody's got the right to feel the way they do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Mike, I want to thank you for coming on. I'm going to go ahead. I think we've been going for about an hour here. We'll go ahead and see what's going on in the chats, and we'll go ahead and bring on a couple of other people. Is there anything else that you wanted to share with us before we go?
I think I pretty much every one of my notes that I put that there. I think everything has showed up. I can I do one more pitch really quick?
Absolutely.
For Disney Plus.
Absolutely.
For Disney Plus, I brought this up before, and maybe I'll bring this up again with Landon Dubes. Maybe I'll go on his show. But what if you have the Darcy character come in, and you have Deadpool, and the Watcher ushers them into a theater and locks the door behind, and all of a sudden they see the Avengers on screen in this theater. It's Darcy and Deadpool. All of a sudden they start heckling it like Mystery Science 3000.
Yeah.
So and it's funny. Maybe if you do a Disney Plus, maybe you have a couple of episodes where they're heckling, and you see some Avengers, maybe not the mainline Avengers fighting, until they find out with their expertise, with her being a scientist and him being Deadpool, that they've actually got to save the Avengers. So, and you could do a little more with that as well. But that's my pitch. And like I said, everybody, I enjoyed the show. It took 2 or 3 rewatches to really appreciate what's going on, and I definitely will go back and watch 1 through 9 pretty much consecutively as much as I can. Because you were saying it's a couple hours, it may be like 3.5 hours, but
Yeah.
we're all going to do that in a week anyway when we see the Snyder Cut. That's going to be
Right.
4 hours.
Right.
So, I think it actually has rewatchability. So, but thank you for having me on. And thanks for everybody to listen to me ramble. And I want to watch other guests talk about this.
Yeah, well, again, thanks for coming on, man. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you enjoy those rewatches up until next week when we get the behind the scenes of it. That'll be good, and then we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty pumped after this for getting ready to go into Falcon and Winter Soldier. So yeah, can't wait to see that. But again, thank you so much for coming on, and well, we'll see you in the live chats, and we'll see you in the next community live stream. I'm sure.
Thanks, Trinity, and bye, everybody. And thanks to everybody. I love you. Bye.
Take it easy. All right. Well, thank you to everybody that's come on to the show so far. What we'll do here, guys, is I'm gonna go ahead and I'll share a link, and we'll get it started here in just a minute. We'll get a couple more of you on here. Let's get into the live chats here and see what everybody's saying. I see we got a lot of great people in here. Have been hanging out with us. Like I said, we had Eric Heine on the show with us earlier. We got Mike, my man Mike Porter, who just left. We got Jonathan Velasquez in the chats. We also got XR Coon. We got my man Chillmonger. We got Mads Mama Bear, or Mama Bear Doll. Changing the name up. It's still always gonna be Mads. I'm sorry. It's gonna it's stuck. You know what I mean? Like, people always call me Myrtle. I'm not Myrtle. We got my man Chillmonger here in the building. Let's see. We got Phantom Stranger here. Aduda Reviews. Peter Ferret, thank you so much for being here. Demogeni, my man, what is up? I hope all is going well with you. Let's see. Aduda says, I get why Josh was upset because it's also his income, but for me, any disappointment I had didn't really last long. Yeah, I mean, I think there was, it's a give and take, that definitely. I mean, there's some things I'm disappointed in, some things I'm like, no. And the thing is with Josh, like, he has no reason to be upset. I mean, upset at the show, yeah, but like in the disappointment with like some of the stuff, like, he kind of feels like he's taking it on the chin for some of the things, the speculation and helping build the hype. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Red Raven 96 just became a channel member. I must have probably just renewed, the renewal thing on there. Thank you so much, Red Raven 96. But yeah, I mean, Josh kind of feels like a little bit of responsibility for that hype and everything, and I get why. I get it, but I also get him, see him being upset for like just the show overall, and some of that hype that he even built up for himself. So he feels bad, like kind of building that hype up for everybody else too, and it's kind of like, oh man, boner move, Kevin Feige. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, there's a certain level of disappointment, and I think there's plenty of good stuff that happened in it as well. Let's see. Red Raven says, we also got Lucas Tex Venger here in the house as well. Call Feige a boner again. Oh man, I think we will. I'm glad they didn't kill her off. Yeah, Agnes. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't kill off Agnes either. I think she's definitely gonna be back for sure. For sure. Chillmonger says this year has 3 series and 4 movies. I know, a whole lot of stuff getting ready to come up, man. Whole lot of stuff. What if Miss Marvel and Moon Knight and Secret Invasion. As far as a lot of great show. Oh yeah. The What If, the Miss Marvel. Yeah. Moon Knight, Secret Invasion. Yeah, absolutely. Wonder how they're gonna do Moon Knight. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, don't remind me of Inhumans. God, that was so bad. Oh man, yeah, I remember that. Reefer Man Reviews is here. We also got my man Chris from Chaos and Comics says The Pretender. Yes, Wanda, that Pretender. Yeah. Maybe they wait for fan theories and select the best ones. The thing is they can't really. I think a lot of that comes down to like I don't know, and who's to say they can at this point? But I know a lot of times like there are certain things I've seen writers and stuff out there be like, look, if you got stuff that you want to like comic books and like and scripts and movies and all that stuff, you don't put it out there. Don't tell us like because we can't like otherwise than that like if we use that, we've got to pay you if we use it. So don't just keep it to yourself. Write a script. Yeah, and Mortis, I think he was kind of teased. It's big brain, but we try to over big brain it. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I don't think that this WandaVision series, I don't think it's that big brained. I think it just is what it is. I mean, I think what it is like you say, maybe it is a little bit big brained, and we do try to out like, oh, take every little thing like, oh, let's chop it up and dissect it, you know? Yeah, I mean, you could be right. But I can tell when people are going too far with theories when they think a goose is Mephisto. But look, a lot of that comes down to a lot of the things that they homage in the show, like Wizard of Oz and stuff like that. So I get the reason around all the speculation theories for sure. Yeah. Chris says, I want to be that guy that says a long time listener, first time caller, but I've been on the show plenty of times. Yeah, Multiverse of Madness is going to be great. Yeah, Louis the 13th, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I felt no emotions at that point. Didn't matter to me. It wasn't until the end credit scene where you hear the children crying that I cried. Wu was looking for boner. You think so? I don't know. The scene with Vision was pretty sad when he said that he wanted to see her. Yeah. There was some stuff that hit pretty good emotionally. Definitely. Everyday Geeks, what is up? How are you doing? Let's see who else we got in here. Ralph Dupree, thank you so much for being here. My man Obi-Wan, the homie, is in the house. How are you doing? Will Morgan is in the building as well. Guys, I am going to drop a link right there. Oh, dang. That's not what I meant to do. But guys, here in a second, I'm going to drop a link in the chat. Oh, dang it. I'm going to drop a link in the chat here in just a minute. And so then if you guys want, we'll get a couple of extra guests on here. And talk to a few more people. Yeah, that's right. We'll talk to a few more people. But I will probably go use the restroom and everything real quick. Just be ready for I don't know. We'll see if we got another hour or so in us. Do we got another hour in us? I don't know. Let me see here. Oh, dang it. There we go. Bam! No. There we go. Sorry, guys. I'm going boomer status right now. I'm going boomer. There we go. All right. I think we got it. But give me just a minute. I'm going to drop this link in here. We'll get a couple of new guests on here, and I'll get everything cropped up and ready to go. Guys, like I said, if you have any comments you want me to read on air, make sure you tag me in them or at Second Street Marvel so it highlights on there. Because when we do these community streams and we get a couple of guests on here, it is kind of hard to juggle everything. So I don't want you guys to feel like you're being ignored in the live chats, and we'll take some time to get down in there. But the easiest way is obviously send in super chats if you want. You don't have to. You can also just make sure you tag me at Second Street Marvel in the chat so it highlights there in the chats as well. But let me see here. We'll get this all set up, ready to go. And we'll be right back in just a minute, folks. There we go. All right. And we will be back in just a few minutes. All right, everybody, what is up? We are back. We've got a guest with us here. We've got my man Jonathan here with us, here to maybe share his thoughts about the show and the series overall. How are you doing this morning, Jonathan?
Good, good. Hey, Trinity, thanks for having me on. Love watching the show. Love watching the first part and the guests and everything. So definitely excited to share some thoughts here.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and hit the ground running. I know it sounds like you've got a busy morning planned.
Oh, yeah. We're out here, just waking up, hitting the grind with the family, about to get some breakfast and stuff, get some coffee in me. Settle in on my thoughts. I watched the episode a little bit later than most people. So I'm still catching up on all these review videos and Easter eggs and stuff, the live conversations that happen at, 3 o'clock in ungodly witching hours. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there, and you guys covered so much already. And I think as people kind of settle down and gel on their feelings and, get a rewatch and kind of take in the show and in context of like what is going on in the bigger phase 4, phase 5, there's going to be a lot more, solid opinions of it. And also more, I think it's going to span more fan theories and everything. This is the equivalent of like Iron Man 1 coming out where we just basically had Iron Man 1, had no idea where we would end up in 10 years. So obviously the show had some precedents from the MCU before it, but going forward, we don't know where any of this leads, or like what pieces of this in 10 years we're going to be looking back and having a director explain to us on the director's cut that this scene on WandaVision was like the most critical thing in the whole arc of Phase 4 or Phase 5. So I'm still really like kind of gelling through a lot of things. I think that some of the stuff that caught me up the most, definitely like the boner thing was pretty funny. It was kind of like a slap in the face. I was like, like it was like kind of a cringe joke. Like, oh, I can't believe they did it. Once I saw the name on the paper on the headshot, I was just kind of laughed. And then once your boner, I was like, oh my gosh, they actually just said that. That's so funny. But the way they got around it is because the ambiguous definition of the word is that person's a fool, right? So it's not like the slang term of like what we all think of when we think sex ed, 5th grade sex education.
Right.
But basically that role, that whole thing, Pietro played us to be boners. Like we're nothing but fools. And boner is also a character steeped in that name being used as fool is steeped in TV culture too, through shows like Growing Pains, I think was the show with that guy Mike, right? His best friend was named Boner.
Yeah.
His best friend was named Boner, and he was like a doofus, right? And even before that, in the 50s, I think there was someone on one of the early shows that his name was Boner as well. So that is basically like a fool character, like a jester, and it just was a total misdirect. And when they laid that name, and even he laughed on it, it was just fourth wall breakdown. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, it's just like. Even he's like, boner. Like, yeah, you guys are fools. Like, we're all fools. Right. He took us all down a notch in our theories and stuff, and it was funny for that to not play out to be anything bigger, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think, as much as it upset people, it was pretty interesting how they just like used the casting with the lore of the character and this, the new acquisitions, everything happening outside of MCU. To really just mind F everybody watching this show. Yeah,
and how do you feel about it? Do you think that was kind of a dick move, a boner move, if you will, by Kevin Feige to cast Evan Peters in this show? Have everybody speculating that he's going to be, because they never actually announced that he was going to be in the show, but we all kind of knew, I guess, through leaks and stuff. But also, they never confirmed it. And just doing that, making everybody kind of leading to this thing, and then they do what they did. Do you think that's kind of a boner move by Feige?
I mean, it was, but they also didn't like play him up outside of in like marketing to be anything really, right?
Right.
So there was no interviews with him. Like he was just a ghost, right? You didn't hear, even after they revealed him, usually the characters have some press showings and stuff. So I think it was kind of this thing where Feige didn't really play it up. The fans played it out. You know what I mean? That was like everybody. So it was kind of like it played out rather crappy, but they didn't hype it up. That was all fans.
Yeah.
So like
it totally was.
Everyone wanting him to be this person or be this person who he was, Quicksilver previously, and other people. Just that's all fans watching. That's all their stuff.
Yeah. And I think that's what's kind of funny about it is like, and I even posted on Twitter about it this morning too, just as a joke, like literally Kevin Feige literally cast Evan Peters and he came in and played Quicksilver. He did. But it is kind of a boner move what he did as well with doing that, because sure, he came in and did that, and you want to think that that's kind of a fan servicey thing, but in a boner way. I think he definitely got everyone good with that, and I think it was kind of, like I said, we know that he's kind of in this pop culture kind of stuff. He knows kind of what we all do, online and stuff, with all this building the speculation and the hype. It almost kind of feels like is kind of almost saying like, hey, let's tone it down a little bit, guys. Like, hey, you're only going to see what I want you to see anyway. You know, it almost makes me feel like
Right.
Kevin Feige has been behind all of the leaks and all of the rumors and everything that has come out since this has really started to take off for a lot of people and channels and scoopers, if you will. This whole thing that has come out with social media and everything. I almost kind of feel like that's what he's doing, like almost like he is the person who's been kind of orchestrating it all the whole time.
He will put any of these studio executives through a fucking clinic on how to run the narrative on your show coming out and control the hype in social media. That's why they're pushing him over to Lucas or Star Wars, right? To hey Kathleen, you fucking freshman, check out this varsity moves on how you control social media, on how you control what the fans are talking about, and not have your whole script leak and still have a shitty movie come out, right?
Yeah.
Basically the same stuff that happened for Star Wars happened for MCU, but there was so much smoke and so much control by Marvel done that they controlled everything that came out that you didn't know what was real, what was fake. Like your head was spinning, right?
Right.
Even while the show was being released. None of the other studios can do anything on that level of control. And
right.
Either squashing real stuff or pumping out true news that covers up real leaks. Anytime news hit, everyone was like looking around like, okay, well, this big fire is going on, but what's going on? What else is happening in the neighborhood? Right? That's what you had to do as a Marvel fan. When they were actually releasing something, you kind of look behind you to see like what's being pushed away, right? What's being pushed into the gutter. So, the Pietro thing, it's funny because if you watch, Evan Peters had only one like social media post right before the finale of him like kind of being like, hey, yeah, like thanks to the fans and stuff.
Right.
And he is like super like it didn't even pop off on social media or anything, but he's super like downplays it. He's just kind of like, yeah, I hope you guys liked it. Like I was so happy to come over and like play in the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard it. Okay.
Yeah, it's
but
great.
It
It's great to
pop
just hang out with those guys, man.
Yeah. They basically, Feige was probably like, dude, you got to come on and just like let people know that like subtly that drop the cues, here's what you say. It's going to be read like this. And he knew how we were going to read it, but no one did. Even Paul Bettany coming out being like, oh, the big cameo is myself. People are still like, oh my God, it's fucking Magneto. It's Mephisto. It's my mama. Like everybody. It's ridiculous. So
dude.
That was fans. And I was part of it. I loved it.
Yeah, me too. Like I said, I mean, anyone can feel how they want to about it, but I mean, to me, I mean, I think that it's also kind of thing like that's the fun in it. That's the fun in it. Like it's okay, and I kind of feel like where a lot of the fun ends for people, especially like for people like Josh, and then the people that he actually looks to for these sources, like the Charles Murphys, like the Illuminati's, like the all these different people, these scoopers and leakers, is it's almost like a huge blow to what they do.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these guys kind of make a career out of that. And I think that's why some of these people feel kind of sour about it, is like, because Kevin Feige does know that world and everything. He knows what's going on with all that stuff. And I think that's why some people are probably have a certain level of how they feel about it, because it is almost kind of like a blow, like saying like, okay, like I'm going to ruin your credibility here. I think that's how they feel. I don't know that that's necessarily what he was trying to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not the goal, but I think there are, without the hype people, there's no hype for the shows. And if we're not chasing these rumors, you know what I mean? Like there's no hype, and it's like there's no talking about the shows 3 months out, 4 months out, filling up this huge gap, right? The 2 weeks between this and Falcon and the Winter Soldier are going to be just madness of people coming down off of WandaVision, going back into Falcon and Winter Soldier. And to the point you're making about the credibility, I totally agree with you. And I don't blame the content creators at all, because they're given like the hardest task of basically, here's a big tray of cat litter. It's filled with 99% of it is cat shit, and the rest of it is gold nuggets. Good luck. Gold flakes. Good luck.
Right.
And sure, they might hand us a cat. They might hand us a cat shit every once in a while, and we play with it, and they're like, "Oh, dude, that's cat shit." Like, "Oh God," and everyone like puts it down. Okay, fine. But when we get that gold nugget, and there's a leak, dude, everyone's fucking stoked. The price of gold is still high. It's
Right.
crazy, right?
Right.
And I
Right.
don't blame those guys. And
Absolutely not.
I feel bad for them, but I mean, Josh has gone on, Josh Nerds has gone on. It was a while ago where he had kind of done like a spreadsheet of tracking whose leaks were like correct and everything.
Yeah.
But, I don't think that's the merit, how they should weigh their status or their success, because they temper the expectations going along. They fall into it. They're part of the emotional train ride as well. They're right there with us. So they're not playing us as fools. They're not pushing us down this funnel of belief. Those dudes are right there with us. Everyone in the culture, from the largest YouTube channels, had the same thing. You got freaking homeboy Eric Voss, the guy who rips up all your theories over there.
Yeah.
3 million followers. How's his tumble right now? There's no Mephisto. There's nobody.
Yeah.
Dude, what's he talking about today? What's his next show about? Right? Like, they actually had a Twitter post saying like, hey, everybody, thank Eric Voss for all his hard work and blah, 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 blah. He's obviously getting ripped to shit, right?
Right.
So not only are these little guys that are so connected with the community like you and going up the ladder and everything and how that works. Feige, you can't blame Feige. It's just part of the game. And I don't fault any of these creators. I love it. And I'm here for these things. I wouldn't find half this shit by myself. And I look at it the way I look at it, like the National Enquirer. You look at it, oh, look, Batboy on page 5, right? Or whatever. But hey, there's the page 6 girl. And that's like I'm pretty sure they're a real human being. Okay. The community is why we're here. We go through it all together. And it creates a better experience. There's got to be letdowns.
Yeah.
If you're let down in your theories, I understand there's some people let down in the show.
Yeah.
You just got to take that in stride, And there's other shows. There's 2 more weeks. We got something else to look forward to. So how long can you really be upset?
Right, exactly. Yeah, and and even speaking to that, anybody that is upset at people like that, upset at a Charles Murphy, upset at a Mikey Sutton, or a Josh from the Den of Nerds, or Eric Voss and all of that stuff. Look, it's totally not their fault. The thing is, like you're saying, we're all nerds. We're just all speculating stuff, and we're all enjoying the ride. I mean, do you think that Eric or Josh or any of these people are upset that they were enjoying this ride and this hype building and everything up to this point? Absolutely not. They were enjoying it. We love it. It's just maybe their disappointment with some of the leaks that we've gotten, some of that hype that we were kind of building up going into this, and then just kind of the way it all ended. I get the kind of the sourness, but anybody that's mad at these people, you can't really be mad at an Eric Voss or Josh or or Charles Murphy or any of these other leakers, because they're just nerds just like you or me. They're just some of these guys just make a little bit more of a living doing all this stuff, and a lot of these guys do their best to get these types of leaks and stuff like that and digest them the best that they can to let us know what they get and make sense of it. That's all they're trying to do, is make sense of what they are trying to do. And I don't think any of them are to blame for any of that. I mean, the only thing that they are to blame for is getting us hyped up and pumped up. And is that such a bad thing? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you what, in the past 9 weeks or whatever of WandaVision, I've gone through more Marvel multiverse, magical, mystical content that I never even heard of, trying to figure out what's going on in WandaVision.
Right.
Even though it didn't pay off, I'm not mad, but I'm now imbued with all of this knowledge of the content creators, people like you, people that had the crazy theories, and they picked up the smallest hair of evidence and carried it to the farthest reaches of Marvel's inked pages that I'm grateful for. And that was something that I would have never done, like on my own. So the show took me to places in Marvel that, I didn't know anything about Agatha Harkness, some old grandma, right?
Yeah.
But when Catherine Hahn started playing her and I was suddenly interested in the character and trying to figure out connections, now I know a lot about her. And where this could lead, I have to chase now every little string of evidence to go down those, like the Immortus things. I've been banging that drum. And there's a lot of different things about other stories where this could go. We have no idea. So what are you
Right.
going to do? Sit back and say, well, everything was wrong about WandaVision. I'm done with the MCU. No, you can go read a comic, start looking at Falcon and the Winter Soldier stuff. You're fine.
Yeah.
I'm still festering on the end scene of WandaVision, to be honest. That kind of tripped me out.
Yeah.
I think there was like a multiverse. I think she's already in control of the multiverse. Like, we witnessed everything we saw in Westview was like a multiverse version of her. It wasn't even really her. She was watching it from that.
Yeah.
Like how you said, Wondagore.
And that kind of, you know, it kind of made me wonder there at the end where we see at the very end of the show that she ends up kind of stopping everything. We see it all come, like the house goes away and everything, and she's sitting there back at the beginning in the same outfit she was wearing. She just hops in her car and drives off. It makes me wonder, at that point then, did she rewind time and all of that was just like a vision in her head? And maybe anybody that was involved with it does not remember any of it. Maybe like none of it happened, and that is kind of what throws things into flux and makes things all crazy, leading into Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Because I do think there is a lot of stuff there going on with that final reveal where she's there with the Darkhold and everything. I think that does definitely lead to Chthon. I think it definitely helps break the multiverse and time with what she's doing, and that's gonna somehow bring in Immortus, which I think we're gonna get more of from the Loki series. I think there's bigger implications here than anybody at this point is feeling is kind of led on, and you know, at this point, the way everything's gone, because with all of this stuff too, is it makes me wonder how soon or how willing anybody's going to be willing to go into theories and stuff like that going into Doctor Strange 2 after all the speculation that we've had going into this and coming out of it. But I almost feel like I was saying with Mike and them earlier, maybe Feige knows all that kind of stuff, and while everybody's feeling down about it right now, maybe later all of those things are going to come out in Doctor Strange and in Loki and these other shows coming up in the Eternals, that is going to actually make these scoopers and leakers be, like I said, vilified. They're going to be like, okay, like, this is the payoff. Like, this stuff did actually happen then. These leaks that we got before, and it's actually in this movie, not in this show. They just shot it at that time.
That was a good point. That was a good point about that, actually. I love that. And it hadn't really crossed my mind, you know, just seeing it about shooting stuff while it's available and using a more dynamic content production, right? Because they have to think that way. And that's a brilliant point. Honestly, the Doctor Strange stuff might pay out later, and we'll never even know that it was shot on the day they shot the last scene of WandaVision. Well, we probably will figure it out if it's in Westview, but that was a great point. So I can't remember if it was you or Mike or whoever, but great point.
Yeah, and that's kind of thing too, is especially with the way they're shooting, it makes me wonder if even if they did put something like that in the Loki series, just a little flashback. The way they're shooting it all, they could just slap him into a scene, and he don't even have to interact with anybody. He can just be watching what's going on and be like, you know, and they can, when they're shooting his show, when they have everything, they can have him, you know, say they did have Wanda on there, you know, and they could bring both those actors in just to on a green screen and interact really quick, and that's it. Everything else is already shot.
They could do it in the Expanse or whatever, the place where they shot the Mandalorian. Because all they have to do is shoot 3D photos of the Westview town, and they can project it inside of there, right? Digitally render that out. And I think that, so with the WandaVision, they were still shooting stuff after, like, really late into production, right? I think they shot some of the fight scene between Wanda and Agatha on the digital Expanse thing, the volume. Mm-hmm. Just the way it looked with the, like, some people were kind of pointing it out too. When they're flying around, it looks a little like, a little dodgy, right? Like their hair and stuff. Yeah. So I was kind of thinking, I'm like, this kind of looks like a lot of the motion, the way the motion plays out in The Mandalorian. So if you're watching The Mandalorian in scenes where they're like riding the speeder bikes or something, like him and this other guy riding the speeder bikes, it's really weird. Like, they're not really moving, but stuff in the background
moves
is moving.
And yeah,
it's super weird, but it looked very similar to how Wanda looked fighting Agatha. So I noticed they used the
noticed some of that. I noticed some of that at the very end, like when Wanda and Vision and the kids and everything were walking into the house that they were walking into. Everything seemed a little choppy there too. I'm kind of like, Man, like, and who knows? I was thinking like the first time it was maybe because I was watching it early in the morning and Disney broke the internet again, and it kept skipping
Just
out. It was
buffering.
kind of crazy, yeah. Um, but I was kind of thinking the same thing. There were plenty of areas through here where the graphics, I kind of feel like they could have brought it just a little bit more. But other than that, I mean, a lot of it, other than some of that kind of choppiness, seemed pretty seamless. I mean, as far as like the green screen and everything that they were obviously using in a lot of this stuff. Overall, I think
It
they
was
did
good.
a pretty good job, but there was definitely those points where you could tell, especially in the flying stuff, where it was kind of like, I don't know, it was a little bit questionable.
Right,
um,
definitely.
what did you think about like the vision stuff? And like, what did you take out of that? Like,
Oh,
so like the philosophical kind of things that they brought up in there. And do you think there's how much more do you think there is to that?
I mean, I think that was definitely one of the best scenes in the show, and the way he took him out was just, I mean, that's how he took down Ultron, right? Was like logic. It was like a computer battle. It wasn't something that could be fought in a physical form.
Right.
So it went to that level of like, ones and zeros, data, logic, artificial intelligence, where he basically like trapped him with a thought process. And going a little bit deep on that is that wasn't like, how is Vision able to do that if that's Wanda, right? That's not even really Vision. That was like
Right.
that Vision doesn't even exist. That was just Wanda.
Right.
The boys in Vision, like they're not physical. They're completely figments of her imagination. So for her to be able to control that and then switch the other Vision over, like that was Wanda. That wasn't a Vision that did that. Right.
Right.
So he did get touched with the Soul Stone. The White Vision got touched with the Soul Stone or whatever stone Wanda has. I forget, Mind Stone.
Yeah, and
And
I think that's where they kind of explain that with like the data and everything and the memory and all that kinds of stuff. I think that's where all of that played out because he was created from her memories, and that's why he had no memory of everything going anything else that had happened previous to the hex or anything. And that's what he did was he gave the cataract, if you will, the access to those memories all together to be able to carry on and that's essentially he did become Vision, and that was kind of the whole conversation. I thought that was very cool
yeah,
stuff.
that battle scene and him rendered as White Vision, just like slightly more like angular in the face. It looked
Yeah,
so dope. Like that was such a dope representation of White Vision, because he's so,
yeah,
in the comics he's just a white like kind of dude with not very much facial features or anything.
yeah,
And they've kept his look minimal and respective of that with a little bit of texture. But to
yeah,
see the White Vision with more like angular, looking more like android
yeah. He
and
looked more bigger, he looked more badass kind of. Yeah,
yeah. It was a far cry from that frail Paul Bettany we saw at the end of episode 4, where he's arguing with Wanda in the
right.
business clothes,
Mm-hmm.
and to see that Vision, like it didn't even look like Paul Bettany at all.
Yeah,
It was amazing, and that fight scene was pretty dope. Like them phase shifting and doing all that. It was just pretty interesting, and definitely one of the easier to watch fight scenes where they pulled it back, because we had Endgame and stuff, like those big like 1,000 superheroes coming out of portals and like stuff everywhere. You need an IMAX screen to watch that. We don't
right,
have that. We had
right.
TV screens.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily that fight was scaled down, in my opinion, and great content, awesome fight. The ending, I couldn't have asked for more. The way he like touched him and it like changed him, and they had that weird moment where he was like looking like he was looking at an infant, and then
Yeah,
he's like, "I'm out," just dips. And where'd he go?
yeah.
Like, no one even cared about that. Everyone's bitching about the stuff we didn't get. Dude, there's a White Vision on the loose.
Right.
The guy just
Right.
flew off into nowhere.
Yeah.
So that was awesome, and there's so much for them to tie up now and bring up in other stories. Agnes sitting there being left behind.
Yeah.
I think that could be used as a tool to take down Wanda later, right? That might be the friend of my enemy is my friend. So if
Right.
the Avengers need to take out Wanda and they know this person's sitting over here in Westview that almost took her out, then they could maybe use that.
Right.
So, and I think Wanda's already basically been portrayed as a villain here.
Yeah.
I would almost go as far to say that Monica Rambeau has already shown some dark side tendencies, if you will, by even agreeing that she would do the same, right? By her acknowledging that Wanda did something wrong and she would do the same. That is like basically her showing like evil. What the hell? Like,
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I think that is essentially comes down to the same thing, we could get into like with Star Wars talk and everything like that, and that is like the anger, being fueled by your emotions and things like that, and knowing that a lot of people do make a lot of rash decisions while they are in the moment, in the heat of the moment, and feeling all emotional. A lot of people give into that bad side that need to fulfill whatever it is that you feel right, that will make you feel better right now, whether it hurts other people or not.
But we saw, and think about that, right? We saw every time Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel came up, Monica was like sour. And she just said basically right there that she would do the same thing in a second, right? Like to get her mom back, she would make some sacrifices, like torture people basically, knowing what just went on. So to me, like Monica's sus right now. She's like she just got back, doesn't understand what's going on. All this crazy shit's happening. 9 days out of the second snap, and realize there's people with power. She now has power. To do things that she didn't before. So it's like, well, shit. Is she going to explore that in Captain Marvel 2? It sets the groundwork pretty awesome, in my opinion.
And for me, I think part of it is the humility and what she was trying to express to Wanda. Like, and I think like what you're saying. At the same time, I kind of feel like that's what she was trying to say, that to get Wanda to realize, like, hey, like I understand why you're hurt and all this stuff. I would have made the same decisions, but it's not the right decision. You can't do this, like you need to let up and those kinds of things. And I think that's really kind of what it was all about, and like I said, we could chop it up about the the emotional journey and everything on here all day long, getting into the philosophies of all of that stuff, which in itself isn't that's what's so great about what they're doing with these shows and these series, is giving us all of these philosophical ideas and everything in here, and giving us these kinds of insights and just different perspectives, with under the guise of just a basic little superhero TV show. Johnny must have something going on with the kids there.
For us. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, all good.
And everything, and I agree that they give us so much of a universe to play in, and that's what keeps fans happy and waiting 2 years, right? Or 20 months between content drops.
Right.
So I'm excited to see how this new schedule plays out with back-to-back releases, with Falcon and Winter Soldier coming up, and then right into the back into the cinematic universes and stuff. So I think with WandaVision out of the way, people are going to be able to kind of see what's going on more clearly.
Right.
I don't think the Falcon and the Winter Soldier will lead to as much theory talk and stuff, kind of just people digesting Easter eggs. Everything's going to be so much more like topical and like high level, where you don't have to go down these, what was the guy's thing? The Hex Cipher. Did you watch After Dark? Where some guy came on and he's like, oh, look at my tweet. And he had like a thing where he broke down like the letters, break down numbers, and then they all mean thing. And he does it's called a Hex Cipher.
Yeah.
And this stuff is like deep. I've never seen those on other Marvel movies, right? The guy basically was like CIA level decryption on the license plate and broke down that it's going to be lore in the movie or something.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if Falcon and the Winter Soldier or any of these other projects are going to give us this level again, where it immersed us and drew us in.
Maybe that's kind of the thing, is maybe that's what Feige was doing with this too, is maybe kind of giving that slap there, like, hey, calm down with the fan speculation. It's not all that. We're making a little bit more of it than it is, and then maybe they're going to turn it around in Falcon and Winter Soldier and really bring in even more that you're not expecting. Because like, okay, now that you're not expecting as much, now we're going to give you a lot.
And it was an uncomfortable talk for Feige to have to call, Matt and Jack Schaefer, Matt whatever and Jack Schaefer, and all of the top table, and have a round table with all the WandaVision and be like, guys, and this probably happened a month ago, 3 weeks ago. Hey, it's getting pretty close to final. Like, the expectations are really high. We're gonna have to like backpedal, right? That
Right.
is a pretty gnarly conversation to have, and that came from the top decks. That
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
just
yeah.
something where Paul Bettany jumped on Good Morning America and backpedaled the fact that he was Vision, or the director came out and was like, dude, Paul Bettany's got to explain that one.
Right.
He basically
Yeah.
had to look over to Marvel and be like, how do we get out of this? What do we tell
Yeah.
fans? Because we basically set up this huge like precipice, and then there's gonna be no delivery.
Right.
So that part there on the hook, and I bet Feige's probably not too fucking stoked that it got to the level it did.
Yeah.
I bet Bettany took a little bit. Bettany had another phone call, right? I
Probably.
bet as soon as that interview aired, what the hell, man? Oh my gosh! Like I can only imagine.
Yeah,
I want
and
pictures of his penis.
yeah, and that's something
So,
I did a podcast with somebody yesterday, and that's one of the kind of things was talking about is some of that stuff, like where Kevin Feige, I think they probably are aware of all of that, and where we did see here over this last week where they're coming out saying like, hey, we just need to temper this down a little bit, like this probably isn't going to meet some of the expectations of what we've been hearing. And as we kind of see how after this finale, everybody does kind of feel, I don't know, a little bit sore for different reasons, for whatever reasons about it all, and things like that. And one of the things I was saying is one of the things they cannot do, because it's absolutely not, is do what maybe a Lucasfilm might do. We could only predict is we can't blame the fans for that, for building up all this hype and everything. They can't do that.
right.
Like I can, you can,
but they didn't.
but
They basically-
they can't come out here and make that implication at all. Otherwise they are really walking into dangerous territory with that, because then you can't put that blame on the fans, where like somebody like me or you, we can, but they make a
100%,
mistake
I'm
if they do
100%
that.
Yeah, and I agree, because they walked us into that trap. So,
Right.
and it was a fun dance. But
Yeah.
hey, let's not do that again, all right?
Right.
I'm a little hurt. My body hurts from this. Maybe we take it slow, like we can dance together. So yeah, it was definitely not just fans, and it's not that same situation. And
Yeah.
I really hope it doesn't divide like a fan base. And I know that it's not, right. Like Marvel.
Yeah.
Everyone can kind of take it differently. No one had their favorite character broken retroactively. No one had their hopes and dreams like smashed. No one
Yeah.
was written out. So yeah, it's just a matter of like, hey, maybe a little bit of marketing got out of hand. Some actors settle some stuff they
Yeah.
maybe, and he admitted it. Paul Bettany admitted that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he didn't really say. And the thing is, I think that's what it speaks to with the culture, is that we take all these words and we make it more than it is. Admittedly, all of us do. I mean, I do it too. I sit there, we see these interviews and all that stuff, and like, oh, we run with it, and that's what it is. And is that to say that they need to watch what they're saying? I don't think so necessarily. I think that it's just that sometimes we actually take things not even out of context, but make them more than they are. Because I don't think anything was taken out of context. We just made it more than it was. And they kind of led us to believe that too, though. So it's a two-way street, really, but it's not really our fault at all.
Yeah, totally. And they played the leak culture, right? So what are you getting in an interview with an actor, right? You're either getting the leak, an accidental phrase that they say that blows the show wide open, right? A Tom Holland, Bruce Banner type thing with Mark Ruffalo, where they just say like something that totally freaking ruins or possibly spoils everything, or they go out and they have fun with people knowing that they're going to play with it. So yeah, it was whatever. I'm not mad. I'm ready for the next thing. So whatever. Yeah, I'm definitely with you though. It's both. It's a two-way street, and I'm not unsubscribing from any content channels that made bad predictions. I'm not turning off Disney Plus, like none of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go. Let's on to the next, right? What are we here for?
I'm certainly not going to blame Josh or Eric Voss or War Stew for any kind of misleading videos that got me hyped up. Because yeah, like I said, I mean, I had fun along the whole journey, man. It was good. It was good. Even though, I enjoyed the series overall and everything that happened, and I don't feel let down by anything. The only thing I feel let down by is the fact that, like, I wanted much more, I think that's the only thing I feel let down by, is just the fact that me as a fan, I wanted more than just these 9 episodes. I wanted something I feel like I wanted something a little more epic than what we got, but did they give us a good show and all of those kinds of things, and give us plenty of stuff to go on to, kind of lead up for us to build our own expectation and everything? Absolutely. I mean, they did that really well. It's just the I think the ending did kind of fall flat for a lot of people because of us just nerding out and wanting and expecting so many different things out of it.
Yeah, 100% on that, dude. That's pretty spot on.
Yeah.
And having seen people's reactions kind of prior, and seeing some kind of negative sentiment before the finale or whatever, I tempered my expectations a little bit, but yeah, I still enjoyed it wholeheartedly. So I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. It was fun, and like I said, I really do feel like it's what happened here is kind of even like Agatha Harkness said, is like, she don't know what she's done, she don't know what she's caused. I think that's what it is there's so many things that have happened here within the show that we don't realize the implications just quite yet, and that's going to be what's unfolding us for us here over this next phase of movies.
Right. Totally. Well, I'm gonna finish up my breakfast here. I got some coffee getting cold, and I love chatting with you. So thank you for having me on and everything, and let me get this stuff that's been rattling around in my head.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, right on. So have a good afternoon, and thanks everyone in the chat. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, man. Later.
Later on, Chip.
All right. Okay, well, there was another guest. We just had Jonathan. Thank you so much for being on here, guys. In case we'll continue this if you guys want to. If you guys want to continue, if there's anybody else that wants to come on, let me know down in the comments below, and we'll start to get the ball rolling on bringing on some more guests here in just a minute, and we'll get in here to this live chat and see what everybody is saying here. Give me just a minute here. Just a minute. Okay. Hey. Simple. Okay. But yeah, let's get here into the live chats and see what everybody is saying. Let's see. MP Koch says Phase 4 is a romance killer. WandaVision and Star Mora. Star Mora? I must be missing something there. Let's see. Reefer Man says I used to drive those same streets. Oh yeah, with through the little interlude thingy there. Yeah, man. It's the city of Lancaster. Yeah, and thank you for being on here, Mike Porter. We got my man LB in the house as well, saying what's up to everybody. And Peacock says, but is the misdirect a dead end or a fake out for a future reveal? Yeah, I think a lot of it is future reveals. What we're getting out of this. Like I said, I think some of any of the people like the people in the Scoot game or anything who are kind of maybe feeling off their game and everything because of what happened in this finale. I think there's some of that stuff that is going to be coming up in future films and stuff like that. Like I said, maybe they just used all their resources smartly and shot things right now for future projects. Absolutely. Not gonna lie, I spit my drink out with the Ralph joke. Right, yeah. Absolutely. Duder says Feige tweaked their nips hard. LB says, I be trying to tell people to stop listening to people about Marvel stuff, just watch and let it ride. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then that's the thing, is like, but that's the fun in it, Some of us, we like to have fun and speculate on stuff. Some of us comic nerds like to go back and look at the lore, if you will, if we're gonna take a look at some of those breakdowns that Jonathan was talking about, lore. Look at the lore from the comic books. Oh man, some of those ciphers, yeah. Mike Porter says, Josh takes a speculation town. You can visit, you don't have to live there. Absolutely. You don't have to get trapped in the hex like the rest of us. Some of us like it there. MP Koch says, leaks are what you're getting for Christmas, and when it turns out it's socks, just happy you can wear them. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah. Duder says it was a fun show to speculate about, but I didn't expect any one theory to be true. Yeah, and like I said, I mean they give us the MCU mystery meat. They don't do the comics exactly, and like for anybody out there, and I know like especially like my man Young Rip of 5'9", I'm not sure if you guys watch his channel or anything. That's one of his biggest complaints is that like all you got to do is respect the source material. Put this stuff directly from the comics into the movies. And if the argument is like, oh well, normies won't dig it, yes they will. The people who are into the comic books will read it. And I think a lot of what it is when they're going to do that and make these movies and everything is because the writers, they have to put their spin on it. They have to do their thing. They can't take the original word, because nobody gets paid that way. They can't just adapt the comic books directly. You're a writer, right? How dare you not adapt something to the screen and stroke your own ego? You've got to. Hey, don't be mad at me. You know it's true. You can't admit that it's not true that these writers out there, when they're wanting to adapt these things, they want to put their own spin on it. I'm not saying that they always want to put their own politics and everything into it and all that stuff, but they certainly do. They cannot leave the material alone. They want to change it and make it something, put their own spin on it, and maybe show off their genius or their creativeness and things like that. And I think that's where some of these kind of breakdowns come in at. But I think a long time ago, like I was saying, God, I want to say that was. Oh, I think it was yesterday on one of the shows, one of the podcasts that I was on. I recorded a couple podcasts yesterday with some great people. I was pretty busy yesterday. I got a couple guest spots coming on. Yeah, I got a couple guest spots. I'm going to be on a podcast with LB from the Lonely Banter, who is here in the chats, and I am also here in a couple of weeks, I believe, going to be on the After School Special on Lorena Creole's channel. With Fat Steven Seagal, so we're over there talking about some of these just some of these different things going on out there, and yeah, and and I think that's one of the things is like these people they can't just leave it alone. They got to take and put their own creative spin on it, and that's all fine and dandy. I realize you got to do that, but you know what? You can respect the source material. Just do that, and everybody could be happy. I'm telling you. Not only that, but by doing that, you would also actually get people into the comic books to do these things. And I honestly feel like that's something that the MCU needs to start doing, is not to necessarily make a comic book that directly ties into the MCU, but maybe that is one of the missing pieces for the part of the comic book industry, whether it's digital or the physical print copies, is that they actually need to take and adapt those stories. If they actually respected the source material and adapted those storylines, it would actually make people want to go back and read those comic books. And not necessarily that they have to, do reprints, the True Believers, or you have to go out there on the spec market and buy the original Avengers series and original X-Men's and all of that stuff, because a lot of those things are really expensive. But what they could do is have the trade paperbacks, have the compendiums, have the omnibuses and things like that they could get people into by way of adapting these actual storylines onto the screen, so you actually want to go out and read those. Because for me, I got back into comics because of the MCU, and I started diving into these stories because I like the stories. I like the Captain America. I like the Spider-Man. One of the things I want to do is I want to go back, and I wish I could find them, some trade paperbacks. I would love to have the original floppies of them, but of the original Avengers series from issue 1 all the way to current. I would love to have some of those things just to read, even if they are in a trade paperback and omnibus and things like that. I'm not a collector. I'm a reader. So for me, it's important just to have a physical copy for me to read. I can get on Marvel Unlimited and read all these stories all day long. But for me, I think that's one of the things they definitely need to start capitalizing on here with the MCU, is looking at these stories. And I think that's one of the greatest downfalls, is them holding to that. Because the way everything's going, if you wanted to say, go take a look at what they pulled from the source material on this WandaVision series, I mean, what are you going to go back and read? You got to go back and you got to read that Tom was it Tom Taylor the Vision series? You got to read, like the Vision Quest stuff that tied in. What was that with the Avengers stuff as well? I think there was some West Coast Avengers. You got to look at all the things that they Easter egged here in this series, like Avengers number 187, Avengers 235 or something like that. You got to look at the Vision and Scarlet Witch series. You got to look at all these different ones where, and part of the thing is like I get it because a lot of these stories can kind of all be mixed together because they all deal with these similar things. But this is just based off of a TV show. When it comes to these movies, can we admit that if they had actually adapted an Infinity Gauntlet, Infinity War, and Infinity Watch into these films as opposed to how they did it, it would work a lot. It would have worked just as well, if not better, than what we got already. Now, I think the hard part with a lot of that is the fact that they started the series off, the MCU off without that big plan. It was something that had to start small and eventually sprout. And I think that's where a lot of it was, where Marvel Studios didn't have all of those things. And at some point, you got to kind of start to work all of those in. And I think that's the trickiest thing. And I think that's why a lot of people, and myself included, while I do love and respect the source material, we got to kind of hand it off to Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios. We got to kind of give them a hand for what they have managed to do with the tools that they had at the time in building the universe, and what they have to try to do to bring all of these characters in and integrate them into the MCU in the way that they are going to, that they have to do it at this point, because there is no going back. There is no going back. We all know, like, moving into the future of this stuff too, to try to fit all these things, like bringing in the X-Men. They've been around all along. How are you going to explain that and do it? They've got their work cut out for them. I think they're going to do the best they can, but as far as like following the source material, I mean, it's something I kind of gave up on clear back when X-Men came out back in, what was that, 98, 99? When the first X-Men came out. There's just some of these things they're just not going to do. I mean, I don't think we'll ever get that on these direct adaptations of the comic books, but that's just if you ask me. I mean, but it would be great if they did. I mean, they really should, because a lot of these stories that they've got out there are really good and would make for really great stories on screen. But let's see. Red Raven says, I love her new outfit though. Love her new outfit. Oh yeah, Wanda, absolutely. LB said people upset because their credibility takes a hit when they keep claiming things are happening when it don't. Like, stop claiming to know things, or you have this or that info. Just say you're speculating. Well, and I think a lot of them are. I think what it is a lot of people out there actually are pretty credible and actually do really get good leaks. And I think that's where a lot of that lies in, because we're used to these people being credible and getting these good leaks. And by all means, a lot of these leakers and everything that may feel discredited or anything like that right now, a lot of those leaks still came true. A lot of these things still came true, still came to fruition within the confines of the story. Just not all of them, and not all of them in the way that we expected. Because certainly, Kevin Feige did cast Evan Peters to play Quicksilver. And he did. Just not the way we thought. And does that hurt a little bit? Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's a boner move, certainly. Red Raven says, the series is still 10 for 10 for me. I love it because I love the Scarlet Witch and I love Marvel and I love sitcoms. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good. But for anybody out there upset, hey, I completely get it. I completely get it. Speculating was a fun part regardless of the actual outcome. The show itself was fantastic. Yeah. Actually, absolutely. Well, she left by flying over the highway. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man. Loki is the next show I'm really hyped for. Yeah. I'm hyped for Falcon Winter Soldier, because all of that stuff, like, it's making me want to go back and read even more of the stuff that I already have, because, like, the whole Sam Wilson Captain America stuff, I've read all that. Sam Wilson Steve Rogers stuff, where when Falcon was actually, the acting Captain America and all that stuff, I read all that stuff. I love that storyline. That's some of the stuff that got me back into reading comics. So I'm waiting for that, but I don't think it's going to necessarily be all of that anyway. I think what it is we're actually going to learn about Falcon and who he is a little bit more, maybe about Bucky and some of those things and some more of those historical roots. I really think that's what the this series is going to do, just like WandaVision did. It's going to give us some of those those ground level stories, expanding this universe. Again, I'm not expecting super big blockbuster moments, especially after WandaVision. I think we all have to kind of temper our expectations for those kinds of things at this point. Yeah, Disney Plus app been dodgy lately. Yeah. Love the Vision battle, absolutely. Will Gentry says the WandaVision finale was a lot of fun. There were some issues objectively speaking, but subjectively, I had a lot of fun watching. Yeah. Absolutely. Agree, not enthused about Falcon and Bucky, but I am looking forward to Loki. Yeah, and I get that. WandaVision will set up movies and shows. Yeah, absolutely, Mike Porter. Well, Doctor Strange was meant to be released right after this. Yeah, originally. But they did a lot of reworks and things like that, so yeah. Never been a Bucky fan, really. Oh, I love Bucky. I'm expecting it to be good, but Loki definitely looks more interesting. Yeah, and I think that like, Loki looks freaking lit. Yeah. Falcon Winter Soldier were supposed to be before, absolutely. Like Bucky and Sam, but both to be enough to be really excited for a miniseries. Yeah. Expect the unexpected. Yeah. Expecto Patronum. Yeah. And thank you so much for being here, Proxy. Guys, I'm getting ready to drop a link here in the chat. We'll let a couple of you guys back on. We'll continue this stream talking. If you guys want to come in and share your thoughts, I'll probably go use the Wizard again really quick. You see, like I kind of pick convenient times, you know. That's what you got to do. I'm learning from Josh to pace myself. Maybe go take a Wizard when you're gonna go do this stuff. When you're gonna do these long streams. Yeah, they have a beta side of character syndrome. Hopefully they'll prove themselves a bit more. Yeah. Snowdub is in the house. Jenner check. What is up, my man? Hope all is going well with you. Hope you're doing well. My goodness, says Will Morgan, my man. Will Morgan in the house says, people pissed? Yeah, some people are. Justin Business Stream just started from his phone. Oh, doing those phone streams again, huh? That show did exactly what it set out to do. Yeah, absolutely. Stroke your boner. Or stork. Stork? Yeah. Oh, man. Trinity making the talk show rounds. Yeah, absolutely. Marvel have done prelude comics for a lot of the MCU movies. Yeah, those tie in, but I think the thing is, like, they actually need to tie into, like, those do actually tie into, and there's some very interesting things in a lot. I've read all those books, all those preludes, I've read all those. They've done some very interesting things in those books, but they actually need to, but that would be the thing, is for them to actually tie these series in and things like that. It would just be more beneficial for the comic side of things. To hopefully convert, and you're not going to convert a high amount of people, but to convert even 100 people is something that I think the comic book industry needs. On their comic side of things, Mephisto is the new Boba. Yeah, Thanos quest. Yeah, Infinity Boner. Oh man, Yova Rodz, what is up? How are you doing? Baby, we got this time stone tonight. Better call into work. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Man, that's funny. Oh man, you guys are killing me. WandaVision was great, except our expectations, in which we thought we would see surprise cameo X-Men and Fantastic Four. Yeah. The leaks were half truths. Absolutely. By the time Trinity reads this, Falcon and Winter Soldier would have been premiered. Yeah. No, I'm almost there, Mike. I'm almost there. Mike Porter says, hey, Wizard, did he just lay another Easter egg? Hope he gets to the pod. He's too. Oh, man. Yeah. But anyway, guys, let me go ahead and drop this link here. Let me drop this link here in the chats. We'll get a couple other guests on, and we'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the little boys' room. We'll get a couple more guests in here, We'll leave that linger there for a second. You guys, if anybody wants to come on and share your feelings on the show, we'll get a couple of you on here to share all those thoughts. If there's anything that we haven't covered that we've missed, we've talked about quite a bit this morning. How long have we been going here so far? It looks like we have been going for, wow, 2 hours. Going on 2 hours already. But guys, that link is there if you want to come on. Give me just a minute and we will be right back. Just won the Tour de France. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the show. I hope you're all having a good morning or afternoon, depending on if you're on the East Coast. Jonathan says, I'm like, Feige be, oh, excuse me. Feige be watching. Will the bike ever stop? Nah. Nope. No stopping allowed. But, Trinity can win without drugs. Man, not against them professionals, man. I'm telling you. Look, I'm pretty good on the bike, and I can keep up with some of the best of them here locally. But there's a couple guys here, like, look, if you guys know me, like, here, like, if you guys know me, like, I don't have, like, a huge ego or anything like that. I'm not, like, you know, like, I like to mess around. Like, you guys, anyway. The thing is, like, I don't have a huge ego, but I also do. There are some things that I realize about myself, about others, and just, you know, I'm realistic about stuff. But there's times when I'm out there on bike rides. There's been a couple of times when I'm out there riding, you know, and like all of a sudden, you don't know where it happened, but you know, like I see somebody behind me, and I'm like, oh, there's a rider back there. Well, I'm well enough ahead of them. They won't catch me. There's a few times I've been out there doing that, and I see somebody, like, they're slowly creeping up. Slowly but surely creeping up to me. I'm like, wow, they're actually, who is this? Like, really, realistically, where I'm riding at right now, there's probably only, like, one of maybe, like, 5 to 6 people that ride out here regularly that would do this to me, like, while I'm climbing up this mountain, catching up to me. Not that they would have the audacity to, but the ability to actually not only like close that gap, but actually catch me, and you know, and so I see who it is. So you know, there's times when it's happened. I'm saying like, who is this? Like, nah, and I'm sitting there looking like, okay, this has got to be so and so, and they get closer and they get closer and they get closer, and you're looking over your shoulder as you're going up the mountain. You're looking like, oh, okay, yeah, that is so and so. That is, yeah. Because one time it was happening to me one morning. I got a video of it. I'll see if I can find it. Where I was sitting there writing, and somebody was doing, like, I was like, dude, I'm well ahead of the morning group that's writing right now. I'm well ahead of them. Who the hell is this catching up to me? And sure enough, it was this guy Kip. They were riding with it. He's not actually from here, but he actually lives out in Tehachapi. But he was down visiting, and I seen him. I'm like, oh, okay, like. All right, well, it's Kip. It was him, or, you know, like I said, a handful of other people out there. And like I said, not a huge ego about it or anything. Like I said, I'm not some sort of badass, but, you know, like, it's one of those kinds of things like, okay, like, there's really only a handful of people it could be, and it wasn't one of those few people, but it was somebody else who's certainly of that ability to be able to, like, I was like, all right, okay. Kind of to be expected, because he's a skinnier guy. He's built for climbing and all of that stuff, where, like, me, I'm a chubby dude. I'm more for sprinting. I'm more of a sprinter style rider. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Lance Armstrong passed Trinity once. And that's only a rumor. You need to pass over some of that stuff he got. Oh man. But anyway, guys, it looks like well, look, nobody else has come on. Nobody else has joined in the link. I guess maybe yeah, you know, yeah, I was gonna say that's what it is. I know my level. I know where kind of where I stand with a lot of things. Now, certainly I've done some actual local racing here in Southern California, done some bike races and stuff as well. And I kind of know where I stand with a lot of stuff, and there's some of those bike races where, you know, I've gone on to, like, I think I could keep up with some of these people. And there were certainly races where like you can tell different people's level of ability. Where like I know I'm not the best climber, but I'm a pretty damn good climber for my size and weight and everything. I'm pretty damn good. But there's times where I'm like, oh man, like you go like we do some of the races like getting blown away by people. It's not even like a psychological hit because it's like these people are obviously better riders than I am, or at least on this section of territory. Because then next thing you know, you get to a downhill where I'm a little bit heavier, I can go a little bit faster. I can handle my bike well. You just start cutting back around all them dudes on the downhill like. Of course, the only thing that sucks is you get back ahead of them, and they're just that little bit better where you're out riding, and then they get to take advantage of you because I can do better on the downhills, on the flats, on some of the climbs that aren't so spiky. So what they'll do is they'll go sit on you. They'll sit on your wheel and let you break the wind for them. They save energy and all of those kinds of things. So you're kind of dragging them along, and there's tactics. It really is tactics that come down to it. Let's see. I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could do that. There we go. Yeah, Kendall Davis, how are you doing? I hope all is going well with you. Yeah, you should, Will Morgan. You should. Let's see. I'm surprised anyone would pass you. Your head is aerodynamic. Yes, it is. It is aerodynamic, and catching no wind there. Let's see here. Give me just a second, and we will bring on. Give me just a second here. We'll bring on. We got a guest here with us. There we go. There we go. And all right. Were you wanting to come on camera, Will, or you just wanted to do just voice only? Up to you. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. All right. What's up, Will? Are you wanting to come on camera, or you just wanted to, audio only? Okay. All right. I'm gonna say completely up to you. We can do that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So in my, believe me, I know how that can be. I've done some recording on my bike before, and that's never really fun doing that. Okay.
A mile.
Right. All right. So we got Will here with us. We've also got look at that. We've also got Will Morgan. We got the two Wills here joining us right now.
Oh, that could get confusing.
I know, I know, right? So, what's on your mind, Will Gentry? What's on your mind? What did you think about the season finale and the season overall?
Well, overall, it took me time to get into it. Those first 3 episodes bored me to tears. It wasn't until we got to the 4th episode when we saw behind the scenes, outside of the Hex, and actually saw what was going on, that I actually started to think, oh, this is actually quite fun. And I slowly got into it more. And like I said in the chat, there are clear objective issues. There are bits that are like, oh, God, that's bad writing. That doesn't really make sense. But overall, on a subjective level, I really enjoyed sort of the second 2/3 of the series. And as for the finale, it was a lot of fun. It was very simple, to be fair. I mean, Wanda and what's her name, Agatha, basically just shooting bolts at each other, and the two visions having a philosophical debate in the end. It wasn't like sort of Infinity War level exciting or anything daft like that, but it was good fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So overall, I'd give it probably 6 or 7, like a good passing grade.
Yeah. I was gonna say I enjoyed it overall. And how about the series overall? What did you think about the series overall?
Overall, like I say, it started off badly for me because especially the first 2 episodes in black and white, I just couldn't get into them. And the third one, it just felt too much like cheesy 80s TV I used to see as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know enough of the lore, 'cause I've never read a comic book in my life, not a single one. So I didn't know any of the Easter eggs they were dropping. They all went right over my head. So I didn't have that aspect to enjoy in the early episodes, which some people did. But once, like I say, once it got going, overall, I enjoyed it. I mean, there were a couple of episodes, I think it was episode 6, after sort of the other Peter turned up, that sort of nothing happened, really.
Mm-hmm.
So it had sort of peaks and troughs. But overall, yeah, I'd give it probably a C+.
All right. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. What about you, Meta Egg? What'd you think about it?
That's a good way of fixing that wheel problem, huh? You guys hear me fine?
Yeah.
Clearly.
What's that?
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know. I grew up on television. I grew up in the middle of Alabama, and mostly what I got were reruns. So to me, recognizing the first episode for I Love Lucy, the second episode was so bewitched. I mean, I recognized all of it, so it was fun for me.
Oh, just to interrupt for a second. Yeah, that's the other point I meant to say is they were aping American TV shows that never got showed here in those first 2 episodes. It wasn't until the third one that it was sort of based on something I recognized. So yeah, that's another reason why I didn't connect with them.
Well, I can understand that all the way around. I mean, it's a very Americana show. The whole kit and caboodle about, comic books are very American. Now, comic books themselves are not American, but superhero comic books are definitely like rock and roll music. They came from America. So the whole thing, I imagine, I don't know. I mean, if I look at WandaVision, the first season, sort of like the same way I looked at The Mandalorian season 1. There were slight disappointments and things of that nature, but that's because our expectations were so high. This being the first Disney, the first Marvel Disney thing on Disney Plus, it feels like it just basically set a tone. And I think we're gonna have to adapt to the groundwork that they let out, because I feel like we're gonna get a lot of the same for Bucky and Winter Soldier. There's going to be a lot of things that they're going to hype us up about, but they won't commit to, and the same way that they did to Mandalorian season 1, and the same way they did to WandaVision. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to kind of curb our enthusiasm, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would agree with that. And like I said, I think that's kind of where that comes in, where we were talking about earlier, with Kevin Feige and him being aware of a lot of those things and stuff like that as well. I do kind of feel like maybe that's kind of what he was doing at the same time with some of this stuff, and I think a lot of it just kind of really didn't land as well as maybe we would all like it to. Probably not even as well as they would like it to.
Well, I think that I've heard a lot of people say stuff the series wasn't as smart as we thought it was, and I think that's misreading. I think that this series was a lot smarter than we were. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Not reverse. I don't think that we were smart. We were sitting here playing like little kids playing with figures, We were like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this guy was in it? And wouldn't it be if this guy was in it? But I mean, if you really think about it, none of those things actually had to do with the story.
Right.
What? But you can also see that there was a lot of stuff foreshadowed. Like we talked about the Vision, the two Vision have a philosophical debate. The actual debate they have is of the ship of Theseus, which, if you look at the decorations in their house through all of the different decades, there's always this boat on the back wall, which is basically, it's foreshadowing the whole situation. And do you guys understand that whole concept of the ship of Theseus? I mean, they did a good job in the middle of that battle scene of explaining it. But I think everybody was like, what are we doing? Why aren't there lasers coming out of their heads?
Right.
But the basic thought experiment of the ship of Theseus is that if you have a boat and that's the ship of Theseus, but over a period of time, you change every aspect of that boat. Is it still the same boat? And see, we're talking about vision. They weren't talking about a boat. They were talking about vision the whole time. But that's some really, really smart shit in this series that, right when everybody wants to get all goofy and stupid about it and just see superheroes fight, they start talking about this uber like smart stuff that, I don't even think new rock stars aren't even going to explain that. If they already haven't, they're probably not going to touch it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because nobody thought. Saying that this show is not as smart as we think it is dumb to me. I think that this show was way too smart for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just realized I've been muted.
Yeah, you're good.
Go on. No, I just realized I've been muted for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, go on. Did you have some thoughts to share?
Yeah, I've been muted too.
Well, yeah, it's a different type of crowd, isn't it? That's one thing Marvel has been good at, is appealing to a mass audience. Because I've said for a long time, the MCU is comic books adapted for normies.
Right.
That's where it differs. That's where it vastly differs from the Snyder Cut. Because the whole Snyderverse is comic books adapted for hardcore comic book fans. Because there's lots of stuff in those films that went right over my head. I just did not get the references. Whereas the MCU has always kept it, even when they've gone sort of fairly deep into the lore, they've kept it simple enough for a normie like me to totally follow it and understand all the references.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, the whole ship of Theseus thing, that's almost like people in a way, because every 7 years or something, all our cells get replaced as well. So are we the same person we were 7 years ago?
Right.
So there's that angle to it as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely. The thought experiment, which is like an ancient thought experiment, is basically how are you the same person from one day to the next, like you say.
Yeah.
But also, it's directly referencing the fact that those two are the same Vision. If you totally rebuilt Vision and the old Vision dies, is he still the same Vision?
Well, it's like he said at the very end of that conversation they had, isn't it? White Vision said they are both the ship of Theseus, and they're both the true ship, and neither is the true ship. And it's true. At the same time, they are both one and the other at the same time.
See, that's way hella smart. And I think that everybody else is like, they're not taking into what that show is actually like. They're just looking at it through the numbskull view of, they didn't give.
What?
Oh, I don't know. I hear a washer or something now.
Yeah. Somebody turned a washing machine on there.
But
I thought that was me.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is, and I definitely get that. And I think people when we remember Vision, White Vision coming up, and then Vision knocking him out and blowing that up, and Wanda hit Agnes with her car. That was the most physical that fight got. And I think that a lot of people are used to, in the MCU, to physical fights. But from that moment on, it became a mental and emotional. Right there too.
Yeah,
because
I think they'd made a good decision to do it that way, to have basically both those battles be won by the mind rather than by brawn. I think that was wise of them.
Oh man. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Things are going a little wacky on my end right here right now. Give me
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
give me just a second here.
Yeah.
Everything's being all weird, man. It always goes all, I don't know, not always, but sometimes it just goes all crazy. Okay,
Tech.
let me see here.
That's technology for
Yeah,
you.
you can never count on it when you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see here. I don't know how everything went all sideways here all of a sudden. Oh man.
Hey, can I tell you guys this cool Easter egg that I found? And
I was gonna say I'm not sure that they can actually hear you yet.
Okay.
Man, what is going on here? No. Oh, okay, there we go. Boom! There we go. Now everything. Okay. All right. Should be good to go now. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
There we go. Go ahead, Will. Or meta egg.
Meta egg. Yeah, I got a meta egg for you. It kind of messed me up. So I was doing I was finishing up my WandaVision video, and I was doing a lot of connection between the tiger. This is the Full House episode, the house where Quicksilver first shows up, and my whole thing, the big symbol about that video was the dog. But when I was watching it with friends, everybody was like, "What's up with the tiger?" And you know how like the tiger is on the table. It's like pretty much in the center of the shot the whole time, while the whole interaction between them finding the dog and Agatha coming in and helping with the dog and everything like that. The whole shot has this tiger. And I was making this connection that I won't go into. You'll have to watch the video on Meta Egg, but about the tiger and the dog. And I started thinking about the Brady Bunch, which was the episode before. So I looked up Tiger from the Brady Bunch. Are you guys familiar with the Brady Bunch?
Yeah, little.
Do you remember the dog? Like they had a dog and a tiger? Here's the thing. Oh, so there's a whole bunch of pets on the Brady Bunch. I'm such a nerd. Listen, there's a whole bunch of pets on the Brady Bunch, but one that's always talked about is Tiger the dog. So the dog is Tiger and the tiger's the dog. And I associated that to Quicksilver for reasons I won't go into. But when I did research on Tiger the dog, I found out that there's a whole switcheroo. In the first season, Tiger the dog dies, and they bring in an imposter and try to pass him off as the same dog, just like they did Quicksilver.
Oh, okay. Huh.
You know, cool. And like, there's a lot of references in the shows that directly reference the old TV shows, like even the intro to the That's why I think WandaVision is really smart. I mean, they had 4 jingles in there, 4 solid jingles for like all the different seasons of the TV shows that were like the openings to each were really highly respected or to the source materials of the original shows. Like everybody recognized the Malcolm in the Middle one. I mean, that's a lot of effort. It's almost too much effort. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Maybe that's where all that extra money went, because really in that ending battle, I wasn't too impressed as far as like special effects and whatever. Like you said, there was really a minimal amount of action. I was expecting an absolute just melee, and I got something that was, even more disappointing than some of the action sequences in Mando. But I feel like they put in all of that extra effort into details like that. I don't know if they should or have not, but it, like, for a brain like mine, it sets it on fire. Like, you could totally go back and reanalyze the shit out of WandaVision and probably get a more accurate read than most of these guys that tried to put them up in one night. Like all of these 81 Easter eggs and all of that most and then you go back and you look at it and you're like, what are we even talking about? Like, this Easter egg is like more stretchy than Meta Egg. Like,
yeah.
It's like, hey, you're way thinking.
Well, I mean, when it comes to that sort of thing, they can do it easily and cheaply. They can drop in those little Easter eggs very easily, compared to the amount of effort it would take to put all that sort of much time and thought into a huge sort of CGI fest, big melee at the end, like you say. So I think that's the easy option for them, to be honest. And it also, like for people like you, it will keep you going back and thinking. And I think that's why they do that, to be honest.
To me, this series is very Kubrick. I don't know if you guys like Stanley Kubrick, but I used to hate him when I was a kid because it just looked cheesy. I was like, this isn't Steve. I don't understand what he's going. It's not Steven Spielberg type quality. But after I got older and realized that he was like almost overthinking it. Does that make sense? And putting all this stuff and hidden stuff and things that you go back and you watch over again, you're like, I never noticed that, or I didn't understand that that's what he was talking about. And I think that that's what and Kevin Feige said something along those lines, like that we're trying something with WandaVision that we've never tried before. And I it was a big risk, but it's very cerebral. I mean, this is a mind game. Like you guys said about the finale, the battle wasn't, this whole series wasn't it wasn't with flashiness. It was a very thought out and a lot of thought put into this. That doesn't mean that they didn't like disappoint us at the end with boner jokes, sure, but still, like, they had us thinking what they wanted us to think.
And for real, the whole time, like, let's think about it. If they're going to introduce the biggest thing to come into the MCU, other than maybe the Fantastic Four with the X-Men, why would they introduce that on Disney Plus when retrospect? You know, like, you introduce that in theaters where everybody in every country can see it, or folks who don't have a subscription to see it. You introduce it that way. So to me, it's like, what we got here, and I think what he was talking about doing new, is expanding into an origin story of a character. Because honestly, like I've heard people say, this is an origin story of the Scarlet Witch, not necessarily Wanda, but of the Scarlet Witch. If we watched Doctor Strange and Wanda popped up in the Scarlet Witch outfit, being able to do all the shit that she was able to do, everybody would have been lost and confused. That's a DC move to just put her in a movie like that. You know what I mean? So let's take it for what it is. If we take it for what it is, an origin story to Wanda becoming Scarlet Witch, it was a perfect way to do that to me. It's like you invest people in the story, not the action. And I think that's a reason why I think it's likely going to win some awards in that aspect, because it's not just smoke and mirrors. It's not just a gun show. It's just an all-out, like you said, intellectual. You know, you think about intellectual shows right now, you think about like Lovecraft Country. You didn't know what the hell was going on in Lovecraft Country. And some people still really don't know. So it's like that intrigue that was there, I think that's what they were going for. And I think they hit on it. I wouldn't say that this show was like, I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10 because it was a little, you know, to me, episode 8 was a drag. Like, it's a lot of information, but I wasn't a fan of episode 8. And then, you know, leading into episode 9. But it's just, they did what they intended to do, and I think they got what they intended to get across in the perfect way. And it sets up so much to me that, you know, to me, they hit the nail on the head with it, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Out of 10.
I mean, to be fair, the only thing that actually annoyed me about this series was fans' reactions to it. The way people were overhyping some just throwaway comments the actors had made. And then after this finale, as the whole, I'm sure, Trinity, you know the type of people I'm talking about. The whole group of people who were like, this doesn't make sense, this is stupid, this fucking MCU and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just sat there thinking, you're just looking for things to get angry about. I know for a fact these people have seen shows like this with similar sort of levels of writing, and they have accepted it perfectly. They've come up with justifications. Like when Vision flew off after White Vision, they did the ship thesis, he just flew off and we didn't hear from him again. They were all angry about how, that's not tied up, that's a loose end, not tied up, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, if you just stop and think for a second without being angry, then you will come up with 10 reasons why that makes sense. But
well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go. I mean, if folks don't like it, that's cool. That's on them. Like, you know, other than the folks who say they don't like it because Doctor Strange or because certain people didn't show up, that's one thing. But for folks who didn't like it because of the show in itself, that's cool. But I mean, like I said, I can see where people have disagreements and have gripes with the style and the way it was put out. I could definitely see those points and hear those points and agree with it. But then, like you said, it's just kind of maddening for some I think it's a small group of folks who feel this
Yeah.
way, maybe
Yeah,
that
it
you
is.
know that feel that way. But I mean, for the most part, everybody has an argument, and those arguments make sense. But to me, it's like,
Well,
come on, you know where we are right now. We're in phase one, basically. Again, we're in phase one of
Yeah.
you know what I mean, of right now. Like phase three ended. That was that kind of story arc. Now we're in another story arc, and we didn't get Thanos until we didn't get Thanos until Guardians of the Galaxy. We can't expect to see a big bad, or we can't expect to see some earth shattering stuff in the
Yeah.
first MCU product that we get. You know what I mean? So, like I said, the big stuff are going to be saved for the big screens, and I think that's something to see here.
Oh, of course.
It's just
of
like a
course.
comic book run that we're reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to clarify the point I was making, it's the bit that bothered me about is it seems like these people are bringing in their anger for something else onto this show. 'Cause
Clicks.
Yeah, well, it's the whole Gina thing, to be honest. It feels like they were bringing in the anger that they have at Disney for that onto this show because it's also a Disney product. And it's just, why can't you just enjoy something? Just enjoy it for what it is.
That's the societal temperature of where we are. Like the gestalt nowadays is like this outrage culture. But outrage, I mean, I saw something the other day about a study how people click and share things that piss them off more.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, definitely.
So I mean,
That's why. Sorry to interrupt again, but that's why a lot of the media you see now is bad man did this, bad person did that. It's because they've done all these studies, and it is rage clicks and sort of upset clicks or bait that gets the most clicks. So that's
you have to live with that now. I think that a lot of the visuals who are in the grind of trying to get clicks off of YouTube are just pissing on things because more people will click on something that says, how Disney pissed off fans, how WandaVision split the fucking fan base. That stuff's going to be said, even if it's not true, because it's going to garner more people watching that video.
Right. Well, and that's kind of how I feel like, even like, our friend Josh over at the Den of Nerds, how he kind of feels about everything going on with that and how he's kind of reluctant. I was even kind of trolling him yesterday on the afternoon stream that they were doing yesterday, where he's kind of reluctant to go out there and share some of his feelings and things like that. His putting out that his bad point, I won't even use the word negative. His points that he didn't like, the things that he disliked about it, because of that, because he don't want to play into that whole perpetuating the negativity and things out there, and don't want people to have that perception of him or even what they're doing, because he does feel like people have that right to be upset, which they absolutely do. He is upset about it, and he don't want to feed into that, because he knows as well as I do, as well as any of us do, that there's going to be plenty of that going around. There's going to be a time for that, a place for that, but to try to, and certainly there's nothing wrong with people taking advantage of those things. You do what you got to do for the clicks and views as a content creator, but he don't want to play into that, and I completely understand that, because there's going to be plenty of those outrage videos out there and stuff, people being upset, to go and look at that. No one really needs to play into that any more than than we already have, because like I said, I don't really play into that stuff, but I really do get where everybody is going to come up and have those negative feelings about everything going on in the series. And hey, you take advantage if you need to. I'm not going to fault anybody for that, because we're all kind of entitled to feel the way we do about it, for kind of nerding out about all these kinds of things.
Yo, Trinity, I got like one last point. I gotta get out of here. Thank you for doing this for us on this Sunday, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here, Kendall. Thank you. I forgot to introduce you.
It's all good. I don't need an introduction. Not to say people know me, but I don't necessarily desire one that will. But anyway, I start sounding like a dumbass. But yeah, we're just wrapping up this series, for me at least. I was thinking yesterday, what did we come out with that's a broader scope of the MCU? I think people were expecting, including myself, watching the show and kind of feeling what it was setting up for, that I get some more kind of MCU precedented type of things, like, this is what's going on in this phase and that. But I still think, regardless of what we got two great things going I mean, more than two, but the two that stand out to me going into the next phase is, we have Monica Rambeau to me, and like Monica Rambeau, I think can be one of the biggest characters in the MCU from that standpoint. I mean, she popped on screen, she took over every scene I felt like she was in. She's fucking hot too, man. But that's besides the point. But I think one great thing we got out of it is Monica Rambeau. And then, lastly, obviously, like I said, is the Scarlet Witch. And that, that's what we have going forward, is that we don't have Wanda anymore doing wiggly woos. We have the Scarlet Witch, who honestly may be kind of anti-hero type. I mean, maybe not anti-hero, but borderline type of things, where she's willing to do things her way, because I don't think she really showed the best personality in this series with everything that she did. But yeah, and then lastly, this really just gets me hyped just for the rest of the MCU series that are going to be coming out on Disney Plus. Just even if it's this type of temperament, to where it's not like earth-shattering MCU news that we're going to get out of it, the experience was great. Like, my wife came in while I was about to hop on, and she was like, "Yeah, I even enjoyed the first 2 episodes." And it's like people loved it, and I think it's something that like a lot of people can grab onto. If it's not your style, cool. You got something coming out next week that will be kind of up your speed. So it's like I think this really is a good start to the Disney Plus MCU content. But yeah, it's just we still have to kind of be real and understand that the best shit is going to happen on big screen. Like that's just it. It's We're going to get some great shit. We're going to get great experience. Like I said, oh shit, like 7 times during the finale. So it's like you're going to get a great experience watching it at home, but the best stuff is going to be saved for the billion-dollar movies that are going to come out on the big screen.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, these series, they're going to be, it's like effectively it's going to be the downtime, isn't it, between the big films. So it's going to be sort of tying in all the sort of, just tying them together, basically.
Yeah, I really do feel that, how it's really just kind of setting up things to happen in the movies. We will get less of those origin stories in the films, where they will probably reference those. And that's something else. I can't remember who I was talking with yesterday as well, where they will do that. I think they'll do that in the films, is they'll give you enough background information to know, like, if you want to know more, go subscribe to Disney Plus and watch the series. Now, they're not going to put an ad in there and say that, but they will give you a little bit like, oh yeah, remember, like this happened at whatever time. And then if you want to, as the viewer, you can go back and watch that. But I do think they'll give you just enough to kind of catch you up to speed in the films without having to go into 15-30 minutes of background stuff to tell you their history.
So like when we see Wanda, when we're going to see Wanda and Doctor Strange, like I'm just curious how much we're going to see there. I mean, like, how lost is somebody who didn't watch WandaVision going to feel when they see Wanda popping up with the Darkhold and all this like crazy magic? They're going to be like, whoa, like what's happening? I don't know how much time, like you said, they're really going to delve into developing Wanda now. We see Monica on the big screen. How much time are they going to spend? I mean, how much time are they going to spend like developing her? Like, I think folks might.
Great though is like, look how much more sense Wanda makes sense than the original MCU Wanda. Like you said, we have the Scarlet Witch now. We didn't have the Scarlet Witch before. What she was before was more like Jean Grey and nothing like what Wanda was. And we were just like, okay, we can deal with it because there's no way that they can explain who she really is in an MCU movie. But now we don't even have to fucking worry about that. We know who she is. We know who Monica is. We know who White Vision is. And even though we have our problems with the series, we understand all of that now. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Those characters make sense. Vision makes more sense than he used to. Vision, could you imagine Monica without explaining her the way that they did? If they just gave her powers and threw her into a battle with Thanos, and then when we're expected to know, like this series even worked better than Captain Marvel. In fact, Captain Marvel should have been broken down like this. In fact, the Captain America should have been broken down like this. Could you imagine how much better Captain America would have been if they had like seriesed it out and had it like as this episodic shit? Even if they were only 20 minutes long, just like Wanda, it would have been more in depth than just like you have to get to the final big bang in every movie.
It probably would have been. I think the problem there would have been they wouldn't have been able to commit to a TV series at that point. But just going back to your point there, Trinity, I think regarding if people who haven't seen the TV show, I think probably, or I assume anyway, what they'll do is in the movies, they'll just have a couple of minutes of exposition, sort of like between Doctor Strange and Wanda, for example, and they'll just have a conversation about how she actually became the Scarlet Witch and sort of leveled up her powers and things. So that, so you don't go into a film just sort of scratching your head going, I've got no idea what's going on here. Because that's something Marvel have always been good at doing. Because they've had TV shows before, haven't they? Like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and what's her name, Jessica Jones. But they've always kept them basically separate up until now.
Right.
But they've been while they've had things connecting the two, they've always been cognizant of making sure the TV shows don't have anything in them that if you miss, it won't matter when you watch the films. So I assume they'll keep that going, but maybe they'll just have to, because they're using main characters now, they might have to have a little bit of exposition in. So
I think that they were kind of thumbing about that whole idea is why they used the whole format of television, because they didn't use in House of M or anything like that. It was never like a television idea, right?
Right.
To me, I feel like the reason they chose to use the television format is because it was a way of sort of nodding to the fact that this was the MCU stepping into television. And I don't know, I've heard so many people argue about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. To this topic, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was probably the best development of a superhero involving Quake. From Daisy to being an agent, to having powers, to figuring out her powers, that episodic storyline of this is a person who becomes a superhero, it's perfect.
Right.
It's what you would want to see, because that's how reading the comic book is, where things are, you don't have by the end of 2 hours a short synopsis of how they got their power and boom, they're a full-blown hero. Even Daredevil was really good with that, and Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, because it was a slow progression into their powers and understanding their powers and knowing their powers, which that format lends to.
Right. Absolutely. And that's the thing is like, because like you're saying, like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., people have mixed opinions on that. People like, especially like Josh, he hates that show. There's plenty of people out there that don't. You get into like the Netflix Marvel stuff. I do not like the Netflix Marvel stuff. I just don't. Like Jessica Jones season 1 was probably about the best of what they have to offer. I don't care what all you Daredevil stans say, but they did have the time to develop those things out, and they did do those things really well in those series. And I do kind of think that's what these, especially now after this, we do know that, where I guess we can kind of look at, like, if we're going to look at the movies as, say at this point now in the MCU, we can look at the movies as the event, while we look at these tie-ins or these series as the tie-ins of the event that are kind of expanding us and giving us more of that world, so they don't have to do those things in the movies. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, it just feels like the TV shows are going to be sort of the promotion for the big events.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think, Matt?
No, I'd have
you look
to,
like you got something to say.
I'd have to just quickly agree with you about Jessica Jones. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched most of the first series of that, and that was... I never got through any of the other TV shows because they just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I had a hard time watching a lot of them.
They were definitely... The thing about it was, like, Jessica Jones was
Who's doing what in the background there?
somebody chewing on a microphone?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, that's me. I thought I was on mute.
Oh.
Tapping out.
All good.
Jessica Jones had the color of the comic.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big music fan, so I also enjoyed Luke Cage, the whole live music aspect of Luke Cage too. Fucking, I'm sorry, I drop a lot of F-bombs, but
you're all good.
Iron Fist was just, it was hard to watch, man. I
Yeah.
watched it all. It's hard.
Yes, that was.
Iron Fist was trash, man. It was absolutely like every other show is every other show in there was good. Like I didn't mind watching it because it was the quality of stuff we were getting on Netflix wasn't, it was one of the best things on Netflix at that time. So like, I didn't mind watching. So it was good, but Iron Fist and the Defenders, I didn't even finish the Defenders.
Yeah, me neither.
It was trash.
I liked Iron Fist showing up in Luke Cage though, because that was like, okay, this is a good depiction on these two guys' relationships in the comic.
Right.
But I mean, here I would still rather see those characters show up in the MCU. I would still rather see Charlie Cox, whether I like all of that shit or not. Mm-hmm. I would still like to see the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff because, I mean, even though they talk about the Darkhold and everything, you still don't have to worry about, like, continuity, really.
Right.
You could still have all of this.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what makes me, like, even with that, too, because it kind of makes me think, like, the same thing like I was saying earlier is, at the very end of before Wanda leaves town there in Westview, you see her kind of stop everything, and she's back in the same clothes she was at the very beginning when she first got to Westview and everything, and it leaves you with that question. Did any of that stuff happen, or did she rewind all of that stuff, and it was just all a dream in her mind, and now she knows who she is, essentially, and that's where everything comes down. Where like I'm kind of confused about all that stuff because she does leave that town in the exact same way that she found it at the very beginning.
Where's
it definitely happened though, because those people
I would assume
were pissed.
Exactly.
Those people were pissed, and I think that leads to a whole nother thing that people are about. Like this happened to thousands of people. Like kids were locked in their room for like 5 days. Like. This is going to have ramifications and shit.
But I think that's where maybe the shattered multiverse kind of comes in at. Where I was saying while she was in there earlier, all those things that happened, like they still happened, but then essentially where she rewound, like came back to at that point, if she kind of broke that multiverse, those different things like they actually happened, but then she rewinds to that point while those things have happened, like everybody's still kind of sitting there maybe clueless about what actually happened.
Hey, Trinity, do you know Mundagore Mountain storyline?
Not to the. I wouldn't say I'm an expert on any of it by any means.
It's only 2 books, I think, isn't it? Or
it's what?
I think it's only 2 books. I'm not sure. Here, I'll look it up.
I was gonna say I know I read a lot about it in. I can't remember which series it was in. I was reading. It may have just been in some of the Avengers stuff. That tied into it, where they went more into Wanda's history there with Wundagore Mountain, and they showed I don't think it was the Fantastic Four stuff. They showed a lot more of like the Bova stuff and how they had essentially there was a rocket ship that was there at Wundagore Mountain, and eventually it took off and was gone at some point. So I know a little bit. I won't admit to knowing a whole lot about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should investigate.
Yeah. Is that the storyline of where people are thinking Wanda might be in that very final scene, that cabin?
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm pretty definitely sure. I have it. I'm pretty sure it's Avengers 185 through 187.
Okay.
And then it shows up in a bunch of other stuff. It even shows up in a Punisher annual. But I think the first appearance is I think I can get a hold of this. I think it's only issues, but I think it's like they go through the centuries. Like this has a lot to do with the Darkhold,
Right.
And 6th century, the sorceress Morgan Le Fay and her cult of Darkholders. This is all going to be in Eternals.
Probably so. Probably so. Especially like with Morgan Le Fay, I could definitely see that being there because she's old as shit.
It's all black stuff too. So if they go through the centuries, then they could. They're setting all of this, dude. They are smart, dude.
I'm telling you, because like the revealing that was actually the Darkhold, that tie, like I said, that ties to Chthon, or however you say his name. It does tie back to like things that we've seen in here. I think it ties back to the Eternals. Like you're saying with Morgan Le Fay. I mean, we see the witches and everything here. We see the magic, everything they kind of open up there. I do really believe that even with the Darkhold, still kind of gives us the reveal of everything with Immortus. And that's why I ask about Wanda there at the end. If she kind of rewound things, like she is aware of everything that happened, not everybody else is, because maybe she kind of reset it, but there's only still so much that she can reset. And it makes me wonder about all those kinds of things, because that in itself has to do with kind of the Loki series and breaking time and all those stuff. And that's all Immortus. Immortus is not going to like any of that stuff. He's going to be pissed, and that's when things really start to get interesting. and I think maybe that's somehow, some way, how we're going to get into the Fantastic Four and some of those different things, and probably even the mutants. Obviously, I feel Inhumans have to come in as well, considering we got Kamala Khan coming. I really do feel that this brought in a whole bunch of people.
Well, yeah, like you said before, it's like we're starting again now. We had officially this is phase 4, but it's like we've had the first section that ended at Far From Home, really, not Endgame, and now we're starting again. So we've got to start, and they're going to bring in loads of new characters, start storyline, and slowly build up a new big bad, and a lot of what you've just said about the comic stuff went right over my head. I've got no idea who you're talking about. But it does leave me genuinely, I mean, maybe not excited, but genuinely interested in what's to come. If they can keep up the level they've had so far, if it doesn't descend into too badly into sort of intersectional type stuff, which a lot of people say it will, but I think that sort of stuff is only there if you'll find it if you look for it, kind of thing. But I don't look for it, so that sort of stuff just sort of water off a duck's back to me. So I'm looking forwards to the future, put it that way. And yeah, I hope they can keep the level as good as it is.
I think it can only be better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that this would go backwards. I think if we're jumping off at WandaVision, they did us okay. If that's our foundation.
It's a solid foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can I read you this history on Wundagore Mountain real quick? Because it's only like about 2 paragraphs. I think you guys will find it very fascinating.
Go for it.
So in the history, it says early Earth. In the dark hold, 2 different words, a chamber among the caverns inside the mountain. Tython wrote the Darkhold, his book of black magic. So that mountain is where the book comes from. And in the ancient times, Vandagore, which is separated in 2 words, almost like Wandagore. So that's where the mountain, it's Wandagore Mountain. It's Wanda. Was a mountain within a grim and mountainous realms south of the borderlands. And then it talks about a scroll trapped on Earth lived there and set up an altar. He terrorized the people living around the mountain and was known to be a sorcerer god from beyond the stars. So the scrolls are involved in the dang mountain too.
Wow.
Damn.
That I did not know. That's very interesting.
My mind's blown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, that's a good thing about these comic book worlds is there are so many stories already. There's so many different directions they can go and plot points they can pick up. And to a complete newbie like me, it's all brand new. So
Yeah.
So yeah,
definitely.
I get that first time excitement with everything.
Yeah, and and I think that in itself is what kind of proves things, just like a lot of people out there will say, like, you don't have to change up what was in the comics for the movies. You can just put what was in the comics directly on screen, and it is going to blow people's minds. Not only that,
Yeah.
you have dozens and like hundreds, if not thousands, of stories that you could adapt in, and you don't have to do the whole MCU mystery meat and taking all these different things. You can actually do all of it, and it is stuff that would absolutely grab people in. And that's why one of the things I've been wanting to do, like I was saying earlier, if I could find all those original Avengers comics to own, especially the single issues, would be great, but I'd be happy with trades, an omnibus, a compendium, or whatnot of all those stories to read, because those original storylines of like the Avengers and some of those things, they are absolutely great. Are they a little bit campy sometimes, a little bit cheesy? Yes, but the stories and everything that are going on are just freaking great. And I almost feel like it's a lost opportunity for them to not directly adapt a lot of these things onto the screen.
Well, the problem they have is, like I say, they're very much catering for normies because they know that's where the big money is.
Right.
So, like I said about the difference between MCU and the Snyder films, they've got to be careful to adapt it in the right way. Because comic books, let's be honest, they've got some great stories, but they are a very niche market. They don't have mass market appeal like the MCU does. So that, yes, there's lots of stories. Obviously, there's fucking 100 years worth of comics to adapt, but they have to make sure they do it in the right way to keep that mass normie appeal, as well as satisfying the comic book fans who already know the things. So, I mean, so far they've done a great job. So,
yeah,
you can't fault them.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, I think they've done a very good job.
Hey, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Oh, that sounds like you're getting ready to make an exit, Will.
Dude, I'm all hyped up about Wandagore Mountain. I think I have those, and I'm going to go fucking find them real quick.
Yes.
Dude, I think I got at least 2 of them, and I want to go like scout out my old Avengers and see if I can find them.
I guess what he's trying to say, folks, is he's getting ready to go get deep dive into some nerd shit.
Yeah.
And you need to go subscribe to his channel, Meta Egg, and stay tuned for some upcoming content.
I just had one that dropped about, let's see, which episode was the 4th episode. So this one's all. Yeah. And then I'm going to finish up this one I did about the 5th episode. I know I'm behind. Everybody doesn't probably care, but these are deep dive 5-minute long videos that I'm spouting out as quick as I can.
Yeah, man, they've been great, man. We've been loving your stuff. I mean, hey, you even had Just the Messenger on your live streams, man. That's some good stuff. Will, you've been doing a you know what? NSFW people, Will, you've been doing a fucking great job on your show, nerding the fuck out, dude. And like some of those streams you've been doing, like, dude, I'm sitting there like, oh my god, dude, this shit is like, this is the fucking nerdy shit that we need. And I know one of these days, all of us nerds here putting in all this hard work for all the real nerdy shit. The payoff's gonna come. The payoff's gonna come because, like I said, I've been watching your stuff and it's been absolutely great. You guys, if you're here, should make sure that you go check out Will Morgan's channel, Meta Egg, and subscribe because he just told us he's getting ready to go deep dive into some nerdy shit and he's gonna bring us some good stuff.
Yeah. And you know what? I love you, training. Like, thank you for everything, man. You've been a great inspiration for me. You just keep going. You keep trucking on. You're like, your videos are uplifting to me, dude. And like your whole attitude about this, man. We should work together here soon.
Definitely, we will.
Formally.
We will.
Putting that card on the table, homie.
Oh yeah, we will. We will. But
good time.
We don't break bread with Polskefs.
And on that note, I'm out.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Peace.
See you later.
All
No,
right.
I'd just like to second what he just said there. That's one of the reasons I do love watching you. Admittedly, I basically don't watch anybody's videos, but why I often come to your live streams is because you're always positive about things. Even if it's something you're not madly passionate about, you see the good in it and talk about the good in it. And after seeing so much sort of, like we're saying earlier, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, and you should be mad about this and campaigning about that because it's, it just drags you down.
Right. Yeah, and and that's kind of one of the things I do. And look, I have no problem with anybody that wants to do that. Anybody who wants to criticize and slam these things. Hey, that's all good, and I do appreciate that, and that's what I want to kind of do. Like, there's enough of that stuff going on out there. Hey, I watch plenty of those videos. I watch a lot of them guys who are discontent with things, and maybe they're being negative and hating on stuff. I watch plenty of that stuff as well. I mean, I think everybody does kind of like their hate clicks or their hate content, if you will. I think everybody does like that. I mean, it's a proven thing. But I do also feel that like we all kind of need a place where you can find places too where they'll be all happy and kind of ignore all this stuff out there. Where I like to be a little more realistic about it.
Yeah, you need a balance, don't you? Yeah,
Definitely.
You need a balance of good and bad because, I mean, can be good. Like, I mean, I never actually part of the fandom menace myself, but it was good to get to know a group of people who shared similar sort of beliefs about what's going on in media nowadays, entertainment nowadays. Right. But
absolutely,
after absorbing so much sort of this is bad, that is bad, that is bad, and in comparison, getting very little, this is good, this is something to look forwards to. I did have to rebalance myself. Yeah. And you're one.
I appreciate that, and I guess that's kind of the thing too. Is like you're saying, like a lot of people in the fandom menace and everything. Like, I don't really fault any of those people. I get that some people don't like them and all those kinds of things. But look, what we're really talking about here is passionate fans who are passionate about these things. And are there some people who are not the biggest fans and who are going to fake it and maybe take advantage of things when they can? Absolutely. I do think a majority of what we have, though, with content creators out there, even the people who are upset a lot and pissed off and foaming at the mouth, I do still think that a lot of these people are fans. But I do also think it's easy to kind of get caught up in that and to continue to feed that beast. And hey, that's like I said, I'm not going to knock anybody for it. You do what you got to do.
No, I'm not going to knock them at all. Anybody can do whatever they want as long as they don't hurt anybody. And I mean, I can understand how it happens because that's basically how the fandom menace started, isn't it? Everybody was angry at The Last Jedi.
Right.
And we all found each other through that. Right. And I can understand how when you're angry about something, you want to make a video, let your feelings out. And in a way, it's like therapy.
Right.
But like you say, if you do it too much and you can actually start feeding the beast and you can create a cycle, sort of ever decreasing circle kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of bad too. Like on the flip side, like if you don't sit down and record that video, if you're feeling outraged and keeping it bottled up inside too, that's not good either.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like I say, you need to find the balancing act. Like I mean, for me, I've had to recently. It all just basically got too much. It's like, it's just too much negativity. I need some positivity in my life. Even if it's like, for example, you being positive about something I frankly don't care about. Mm-hmm. It's still good to be a part of it and around that positivity rather than be around somebody who admittedly I know better. Being around them when they're being negative about something I don't care about. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your kind words, man. I really do. And and thanks for being here too. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly.
Yeah, it's nice to actually get to talk to you for once.
Yeah, I know. I know, and I've certainly seen you around and followed you. Just kind of here on Twitter and on YouTube and everything. And I've watched a couple of your videos as well. Some of the different things out there.
Yeah, I've never really. I mean, I've personally never had any desire to make videos, so I'm happy to jump on live streams if I get asked. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem, is I like all this stuff, but I don't care enough about it to sit down and make a video about it.
Right. And
It's
really
more,
get it involved in it. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm sort of what you'd call a passionate normie, I think is the best way to describe it, in that I really do love what I love, but I'm not that sort of, like some people are proper hardcore and they can't help but talk about something. Whereas I'm like, so take Star Wars, for example. I can go years without mentioning it, but if I'm around people who are talking about how much they love it, I will join in that conversation and I could talk to them for fucking 2 days straight. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here, Will. I greatly appreciate it.
Yes.
Gonna
Thank
hop
you.
here in the
Yeah, it's
comments
been a
and
pleasure.
see what everybody else has
Yes.
to say. And yeah, thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
And if you want to, we're going to be going through Falcon and Winter Soldier. Also, we'll probably end up doing some of these community streams as well. And I'm thinking I might actually start saving them for maybe here for Sunday, since probably a lot more people are available than, say, on a Thursday evening when I have been doing them. But maybe we'll do both.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
Who knows?
But yes, no, thank you, sir. It's been a great pleasure talking to you and entertaining your audience for a while. But yeah, I'll stick around in the chat for a while. But
all right,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for being
Goodbye.
here, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah. Cheers.
Later. All right. Another couple of great guests on the show. In case you guys missed it, we just had Will Gentry with us. We also had Will Morgan from Meta Egg, and even Kendall Davis joined us for just a little bit. If there's anybody else that wants to join in, please let me know down in the comments below. I will get ready to start another chat here in just a minute, and get all these things situated. We'll take another little break. Maybe I'll go grab a little snack or something so I can just to get ready to go for a little bit longer. If anybody else wants to come on, let me know down in the comments below, because I do know between the last session it took us a minute to get somebody else on. It took us a minute to get somebody else on, but that's okay. Hey, if you're embarrassed, you're a little bashful, that's okay. We'll find a way to make it work. We'll find a way to make it work here. But let's see. I see we got my man, Social Distance Warrior, joined us here in the chats. And he had said the Luke Cage and Jessica Jones relationship upset me for some reason as a black man. That's funny, man. That's funny. Good to see you here, Social Distance Warrior, man. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, as I was saying, I think I've seen somebody else say here too is that actually was something that they did in the comics as well. And I will say, along with saying that, even just to kind of back you up a little bit here, even though it did happen in the comics, something else I just want to say that a lot of people may not always understand as well. When you hear stuff like, oh, this happened in the comics, that happened in the comics, well, it happened in the comics, is this one thing. Just because it happened in the comics doesn't mean it was good. It doesn't mean it was good, okay? Because I can tell you, the War of the Realms just happened, last 2 years ago? War of the Realms happened, this big event in Marvel Comics, and I gotta tell you, for me, that event landed flat on its face, and it wasn't that great. Aduda Reviews with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Aduda Reviews. Greatly appreciate the direct donation, guys. And you guys should go check out Aduda Reviews channel as well. He does Adam over there. He does a lot of reviews and things like that of these TV shows, and he just recently did one. So make sure that you go check out his stuff, man. Just really good stuff. Like I said, we were bringing in different guests here and everything, and we've had some good people here on the show. We will bring in a few more here in just a second. Let me go ahead and get all of this started, and I will drop this link in here. We'll get a couple of other guests on here, and I'm gonna take a little break. Do I need to re-up the water? Probably not on the water quite yet. Here we go. All right, and let's see. He says, oops, forgot the message. All good. He says, a great stream. Thank you. Thank you very much, Due to Reviews. Again, it's always good to get together with fellow like-minded nerds and just nerding out about all of these things. I see we also got Jason Strope that ended up joining us as well. Thank you so much for being here. Michael Odin, thank you so much for being here. I also see we got Bruh Dolphin joining us as well. A lot of great nerds here joining us. XR Coon, have you been here the whole time and I just missed you or something? I feel like when did you join in here? When did you get here? When did you get here? I know XR is always there, always watching. I also see we got Romeo that had joined us as well. Thank you so much for being here. And let me see. We also got Justin Simone joined us as well. It says hype level for Falcon and Winter Soldier is 0, so I'm sure it will meet my expectations. Hey, that's a good thing, right? Sad because Captain America Winter Soldier is probably my second or third favorite MCU movie, but this show is definitely not the same tone. Yeah, I don't think it is going to be. I don't think it's going to be the same as Winter Soldier. I think we're going to have sort of that kind of espionage kind of feel to it, but I don't think it's going to be quite the same as what we got in the Captain America Winter Soldier at all. I think it does feel like it's going to be more that kind of buddy cop kind of thing. They're going to unfold some things getting ready to happen throughout the rest of the MCU. We know we got Zemo in that series, and I think some things are definitely going to be planted there for Thunderbolts if that don't happen in this series. But for Thunderbolts getting ready to go on into the future, like I said, just kind of like WandaVision has done for us, and kind of expanding this world, not necessarily being the world. But yeah, I could see your hype level not being so high for that, as especially what we got in WandaVision, tempering that and thinking about what like Captain America: The Winter Soldier. That's going to be something else hard to even live up to, yet let alone top, especially in the confines of a TV show. I just don't think it's possible. My hype level for Loki is 666. Yeah. Oh, anyway. Justin, you beat me out. I'm only at 420. What are we? Oh, yeah. Speaking of 420, we're getting ready to take that break here in just a minute. We'll get a couple of extra other guests on here. No, there was a point I meant to make. Just because it happened in the comics doesn't mean it has to happen in the show. Yeah. That's one aspect of comic book fandom that frustrates me, but I understand it. Yeah, absolutely. Just because it's in the comics doesn't mean it's any good. Does not mean it's any good. Let's see. Said hi at the beginning and then went to lunch and came back now. Oh, okay. Nice. Let's see. Oh, dang. And there we go. We got Mexican Iron Man in the building. One of the Myrtle Maniacs. Yes. We've got plenty of you in here today. Thank you all so much for being here. Bro Dolphin says, nah, fam. Falcon Winter Soldier will be fucking insane. Yeah, man. Yeah. Red Raven 96 says, wait, I'm tripping. Did they confirm yet when the Hawkeye series is? As far as when it's going to come out or when it's taking place. I'm not for sure when it's going to. My guess is that Hawkeye would probably come out next year, but I could maybe see it coming out before then, but I think that's more of a next year kind of thing for sure. Next year kind of thing for sure. I'm thinking. Like Executioner's song isn't the best writing, but if adapted, can you imagine X-Men and X-Factor versus X-Force trying to get to Cable? Shit would be epic. Yeah. And then Strive saying, "Hold my beer." Yeah. Okay, is it late this year? Okay, so Hawkeye is probably that one that's going to be right before Doctor Strange 2, I'm guessing then. I'm just guessing. Not completely for sure. Like I said, like we've got so much content coming out at this point. So, oh man, I better not use that word, otherwise Martin Scorsese's going to get upset at me. But we've got plenty of new TV shows and movies getting ready to come out here over this next year or two. That man, like we're not even going to have a minute to catch our breath. They're waterboarding us here with MCU shows and movies. We're being We're being MCU boarded. But okay, guys, so here's what we're going to do. Going to get a couple of extra guests here to bring onto the stream, and I'm going to take a couple of minute break really quick. So make sure that you stick around. There's the link right there. Don't be afraid to click it and join it. We'll get, we'll get maybe 2 or 3 of you here onto the stream. But I'm going to go ahead and take a quick minute. Guys, if you gather your thoughts. If you have any questions, you can always send in a super chat if you'd like. You don't have to. You can always just tag me there at 2nd Street Marvel. I don't want you to feel like we're ignoring you in the chat, but once we get the guests on here, we're just trying to nerd out when we're not exactly paying attention to all of those kinds of things. So, any way to highlight your message if there's something you absolutely want us to read. But that link is there. Get ready to join here in just a minute. And I will be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with us for a few minutes as it took a little break and brought a few extra guests to come on here and join us. We've got a few guests here with us right now. It looks like we've got my man Eric Heine has joined us. We've got Romeo, who's joined us as well as my man LB
Hi, Romeo.
from the Lonely
Hi.
Banter.
Eric.
How you doing, Eric? Well, welcome back. How did your trip to the doctor go, Eric?
It went great. They said my ear is kind of swollen, so maybe a little bit of an ear infection or something like that. Then get some ear drops in.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna sensitive to those though.
So like they give you some medication to kind of help the swelling go down.
Yeah.
Probably an oral something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's inconvenient. I always forget to take those things. I always forget to take medication, but I don't like taking medication. That's probably why. And how are you doing today, Romeo?
Well, quite fun. It's Sunday. I mean, hanging around at home.
All right.
Just not doing very much.
Good deal. Well, thank you for being here. And LB, how are you doing? Well, I guess it's still morning for me.
I was doing great until that little Second Street bonus session that was going on before you went to break. Man, I was like, what is this mess? This is disgusting. Like, stop stroking this man's ego. He says he don't have an ego, and they spent like 30 minutes stroking your ego. So I was like, let me come on here and give some negativity. So here I am, people. No, I'm just playing, man. I'm doing good, man. You know, it's all love.
Oh man. Yeah, and thank you all so much for being here. And guys, like I said, LB, I'm going to be over on his podcast that I just recorded with him yesterday. So make sure you go check out LB from the Lonely Banter. Subscribe to his channel and check it out.
What's that?
What's that? The podcast is live. It's wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the More Realness podcast, and it ain't hard to find. I posted on my community tab. I posted on all my social media. So if you follow me at Lonely Banter, you can find it.
There you go. So I know we had Eric on earlier, but LB, let's start with you. What did you think about this? The episode, this last episode, the series finale, the series overall, and just kind of what we've been talking about here.
Man, I guess I got to go back to it. I actually came on here because I wanted to ask you a question I forgot to talk about on the podcast, but I'll answer your question. I enjoyed the series finale. I enjoyed the season. I was a little disappointed by the finale, and part of it was partially due to my prediction that didn't come true, which I thought that Doctor Strange was going to show up. I guess the hype was just a little too high. I mean, and that's the problem with when it comes to the MCU, man. It's just like you get yourself hyped up so much for certain things, and it doesn't happen, and you're let down. But I was fine with it. I look forward to what's coming next. I enjoyed seeing Wanda turn into Scarlet Witch. I enjoyed Agnes and all of that stuff, and I hope to see Agnes again. Me and Eric was talking about that briefly before. I hope to see her again, and I don't think it's the end of her, because how many, like I said to Eric before, like how many villains in the MCU have like a definite ending, like an actual ending to their life in the MCU. And Wanda did say, "I'll be seeing you," so that means that says to me we'll be seeing Agnes again.
Right. Yeah, I think so definitely too as well, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Agnes again as well. How did you feel about the series overall as a whole, and then how it's going to be moving into the rest of the MCU?
The series overall, I enjoyed the series. I know a lot of people are saying, well, the first 3 episodes were pointless. Well, we didn't talk about this on the podcast really, but like the first episode to me, it was funny. It was like, okay, this is a change of pace. I enjoyed it for what it was, but I don't want a full season of this. And then the second episode was kind of the same thing. And then like the third episode for the most part was the same thing. It's like, okay, we didn't need this for 3 episodes, people. But like once they really jumped into the MCU stuff, I really enjoyed it a lot more. I can't say that I loved the series like a lot of people from what I was seeing like around the community online and stuff was loving it. But but I enjoyed it. I'm not going to go ahead and say this was great, amazing, or whatever. But this was a good start for Marvel Studios getting into the realm of television series. So I enjoyed it, man. I know when we did the podcast, it might seem like we spent the whole time trashing it or whatever. But I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed it.
I think altogether, I mean, it did a lot. It did a lot of good things, and I mean, there was a lot that I think a lot of us kind of build up along the way as hype. That I do kind of, and I even kind of felt that way going into like episode 8 and everything. Like, man, there's only 2 episodes left, and how much more can they really give us in that set amount of time?
Right. You're right. I mean, and like you said with the hype, man, I think it's kind of what made me disappointed with Avengers Endgame, because the hype was just so. I mean, the hype was just like there was no hype that could defeat my hype for Avengers Endgame. And just like I went into that and I was disappointed due to that, and then my theater experience. But it's just like I'll get to the point where it's like, man, look, I'm going to stop overhyping myself for things and thinking like everything is just going to be like the first time you was with another person in an intimate way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, you're always going to be let down.
Yeah, I hear you. And what about you, Romeo? What did you think about episode 9? The series finale and the series overall.
Well, it was unexpected in the end, but I can't blame the people, because Marvel has overall always put in these small little details, and people, of course, now start to connect everything and want this to be like, to say, oh, I know this from the comics, and maybe it's going this direction. I want to be first to have some clues maybe found somewhere and stuff. So I don't blame them. The problem when they're not getting what they anticipated, so it's their mistake. So but I don't blame them that they anticipated so much and want to have all these things they already know. But I know, and we said it before, Marvel is going to put everything in a blender and make something new out of it. They don't copy paste every page from the comics. But they tell you, hey, we know exactly where we are going to take the lore from, and we know exactly that you know it as well, but we're going to make it different. But we know exactly, hey, we are fans too, and we even troll you if necessary. We even lead you in the completely other directions and fool you if necessary, so we can just do our thing, and you will have to ride on with us without going too much into it, and just take it as a surprise. Yeah,
right.
A bit more. So I mean, they fooled us with fake trailers for Endgame and stuff. So it's their thing to keep us surprised. So, and we should stay that way a bit more. More like a child that goes to the candy store and has all these new things that it hasn't seen yet. So. And it should be more like this, and not always knowing, oh, I'm going to McDonald's or something, and I know exactly what I can get. So they have to mix it up, and yeah, I love the show. It was a great roller coaster, tears and everything. It was great. I loved it, and it was a great homage to TV as a whole, and that we're sitting together and talking afterwards, week by week. It was like the old days where the family sits together and watches something. So it's great. They're doing a fantastic job so far.
Man, I just want to follow up on what you were saying, and I agree with what you're saying. Is like, there's nothing wrong with like looking at the leaks, the spoilers and stuff, but sometimes we just gotta just watch and just let it ride and enjoy the ride. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so much better on the stress levels. I'm telling you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But you kind of get hooked up on it, so it's normally to be stressed if you want to, but yeah, you just have to. It's like going on a roller coaster. First you're nervous and you think, oh, maybe this will happen, but in the end it's just a ride, and then afterwards it was like this, and then live the moment. Like
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was too, because even going into those last couple episodes, like I said, I was kind of like, I really don't think there's gonna be too much, and it's not the time to introduce new bad guys. It's not the time to really set up new things that you want to resolve in this series, and I think they did that pretty good, considering that they did give a resolve to this series, and then they still left plenty of other things out there open for speculation, to go into the other movies that are getting ready to come out. And I also want to say thank you so much for the $2, and is it? I know that's not pounds.
That's euros.
Is that euros? Two euros. $2. I don't know. Is that €2 or 200? Is that?
€2.
€2. My man Stormy821 says, "Here's some money. Now let me in." Stormy, I was gonna say we'll have you on soon. We've just kind of been bringing in several guests at a time, so we don't get too many people in here and we're all talking over each other. It does get a little bit sloppy. That's why this stream has kind of gone on so long. But we'll definitely get you in here, Stormy. Definitely. But yeah, I think altogether they did do a lot of great things with this series. There is certainly, I would like to have gotten more out of it, but I think I kind of, if I want to go by that, I could say that just about any movie or any other TV show out there. Like I would like to get a little bit more out of this.
Yeah. But then come other people and say, oh, they jam-packed it and it was too much, and then others say, no, I wanted more, and it's always difficult to please everyone. So they're really trying it, but it's always there will always be people who aren't satisfied in the end. So whatever. I mean, it is what it is in the end. And but the success speaks for itself. So the majority lost it. So.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and what about you, LB? Like, what was your favorite aspect of this last episode?
Yeah, my favorite part was when Wanda actually turned into like Scarlet Witch, and it's just like, okay. She's turning into the outfit, and like I enjoyed the outfit. I enjoyed that part. I enjoyed everything between her and Agnes going back and forth. I did wish, we're not getting into negative stuff. I enjoyed that part the most. I enjoyed her turning into Scarlet Witch. I look forward to seeing where she goes with the character. And despite me not knowing anything about the actual character of the comics, I for me, like in the MCU, we don't really get the characters called by the actual character names. They just go by the actual government names or whatever. So it's like, I always enjoy when they finally become the character and then they name drop the character. Like, I always love that type of stuff, despite me not reading the comics. And that's kind of the question I wanted to ask you. So this Scarlet Witch, is her character like in the comics? Is she an actual like witch, like how they explained it on WandaVision?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, in the comics, things work a little bit different because she was a mutant in the comics, and her mutant ability, her mutant power, if you will, was the hex magic that she used to affect probability fields, is what it was. Almost like Domino kind of, gives her good luck. It's almost the same thing, but she could affect that, is what her hex magic did. But then she learned actual magic that could affect physical things, where the hex magic didn't necessarily do that. And that, as far as I know, because I know they go into it more in other comics than what I've read so far, like regarding Wanda. But for the most part, as far as I know, that is kind of the difference. Is her mutant hex powers were affected probability fields, and her then she did learn magic, and how to hone her abilities because of Agatha Harkness in the comic books. So they kind of really did do that right, just not necessarily her becoming the Scarlet Witch. They kind of MCU'd that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask because like I said, I don't read the comics, but I'm interested to hear the backstories of the characters and like how do they when they become these characters, if it actually took place in the comics. So basically I'm just lazy and I don't want to read this stuff. I want people to tell me.
Right. and I think part of the thing is too is like I do take some issues with like some of the Agatha Harkness stuff as well, because like in the comic books she wasn't really a villain. Was she like a complete good guy? I mean, I can't necessarily say that neither. But and here, like, she came in and she was like a bad guy in here. She wasn't necessarily like, how terrible was she though? Like thinking about it, like she was getting ready to be sacrificed by all of her by her coven, and they were getting ready to kill her. She ended up killing them. And then she just came into Westview and just kind of took advantage of Wanda while Wanda was already doing her thing anyway. So, like, it's not like she did, like, the worst things in the world here. A little bit of necromancy, a little bit of manipulating Wanda to get what she wants. So, they made it seem like she is kind of this bad person, not necessarily a bad guy. She's just done some bad stuff here. And she could very well come back and be that sort of maybe mentor or something to Wanda later, as we've seen they kind of set up there.
So, yeah, and earlier on when y'all was talking about how, respecting the source material and for normies, and like I think it was Will Gentry that mentioned that, they do this stuff for normies, like make it simple or whatever. But for me, here's an example. Like I said, I never read the comics. Like my experience before the MCU was basically X-Men the animated series, and like if it was on cartoon or movie. So I remember like watching X-Men. Was it? Yeah, X-Men 2, for example. At the end where they did the little teaser to the Dark Phoenix saga. Like I remember seeing it on the cartoon, but like when that cartoon was out, I was 7 or 8, so I don't remember it. So it's like from X-Men 2 up till when X-Men 3 came out, I was constantly online reading stuff about the X-Men history with the Dark Phoenix saga and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know why they feel the need to like dumb things down and act like people are too stupid to go back and look at things, because that's what I do. I can't speak for everybody. I'm pretty sure there are millions of people out there that see these movies or TV shows and it's like, okay, I want to learn about this character. I want to learn about this storyline and go back and look at things. So it's like some of these things that they change just to be changing, it's ridiculous. I'm not saying follow every single thing from the comic, because some things are not going to work. Like, stuff that we don't even use like in technology today or whatever, like things like that. But like, there's nothing wrong with taking direct things from the story, from the comics, and just changing dialogues or making things a little bit more modern. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You can make it work. But some of these people, like you said, they just want to feel creative and just change stuff to change stuff.
Right. And I think that those kinds of things do make it difficult to bring in all of these stories, like in the MCU, especially like I was saying earlier, considering Kevin Feige can really only do so much now to bring in mutants. Like, you're just going to bring them in and we're like, hey, we've been here all along. You just didn't see us. Right. Like, they've got their work cut out in that situation. Same with like Fantastic Four. It seems like they got their work cut out there. Like, all of a sudden, just like, Tony Stark's been out here doing all this stuff. They've been doing all these things, the Darcys and the these and that's of the world. And all of a sudden now, like, Reed Richards just all of a sudden a thing.
Right. And that's a big. I mean, I don't think it'll be a big problem, but it's kind of like earlier on in the MCU. They're like, okay, where was Captain America? Where was Thor? Like when things were happening. Like now we're going to get to the point we have so many characters. It's like, okay, you can't just say the X-Men were always here. They was just scared to come out. Or you can't say the Fantastic Four. Like something has to happen where we bring these people in. I don't want the explanations like, yeah, man, Xavier put a spell on all the X-Men, all the mutants in the world to not even know that they're mutants when everything was going on. It's like, no. Can't do that.
Right.
Get creative, people.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've definitely got their work cut out for them.
But seriously, like, just imagine when they introduced the mutants, they're like, yeah, they was always here. What? Like, really? So when Thanos was out here doing all this stuff around the world, y'all were just like, you know what? We can't come out and help because, we don't want to get exposed.
Yeah.
That's some DC stuff.
right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, as in say, yeah, and it's going to be difficult for him. I mean, what do you think about that, Romeo? What do you think about, like, that?
Well, I think I can wait how they're gonna move forward with all these revelations and how this was all still a thing, or is it gonna be a thing towards next movies? So I haven't thought so much about it, but I always find it interesting when there are little nods and stuff, and then you start speculating. So is it gonna happen now? Do we still have to wait? So I don't know. It's I'm very interested because Marvel is very very aware and very clever on such things, how they introduce new characters and how it is connected. So I'll just get surprised when it's finally here. And we finally have the Fantastic Four. I mean, we all can't wait for this, and we all can't wait for. You heard about the title, that it's going to be just the mutants and not the X-Men. Yeah. So this is going to be a whole new take on what was very early stages in the comics, I guess, where they just were the mutants. So this is going to be a new role of the whole thing again. So
I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be interesting as that comes further into development, or people finally realize that happened, and we get all of the not the X-Men videos.
Man, look, okay, we've been positive long enough tonight. We've been positive long enough, so let's talk about that.
No, and the thing is, like, it makes sense. It makes sense in several ways, because like the X-Men is the team. It's Xavier's team. It was his first team, the X-Men, and they are mutants. Like I get that, and I guess maybe the way I'm thinking they're going to bring them in is kind of introducing little here and there and little there, and they're just going to end up forming a team and be the mutants, because a lot of these, and that's one of the things I always thought was interesting about the X-Men, is like whether they're good guys or bad guys, like the only difference is like they are all mutants, and that's the interesting thing about all their stories is they all have reasons why they stayed with Xavier and became the X-Men, or went off to join Magneto and become part of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. They all have their stories and reasons why, and they are all mutants. So I think the introduction makes sense, because at first we're going to have all of these mutants just coming together because they're mutants, assimilating to their own, just like people do naturally, assimilating to their own. And then at that point, eventually it's going to come down to the politics of it all. Like, oh, no. We are the superior ones. We're going to dominate the earth. And the Xavier side would be like, no. We're trying to, we want to adapt and with the humanity and all those kinds. And I think that's the reason why they're making that change. But
that's a really good point, because otherwise it would be just be again the good versus evil. So it's just this team against the other team. So it would be the same over and over again. But it's more complex. It's more connected, and everyone has his reasons why. And the character development is probably much more interesting that way. That they are are all mutants and there are normal people outside of but it's interconnected, way more interesting probably, and not just, oh, we're the good guys, these are the bad mutants. So it's kind of redundant. So probably that's why they're choosing this path and web it even more than just what Fox did so far. And maybe there's a whole future for mutant movies and X-Men or whatever teams they're building afterwards. Maybe they're planning ahead already for X-Men and other teams, like I said. So yeah, we'll see. I can't wait. So I want to say thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. I'm gonna leave some room for maybe a next guest, but I'm just gonna hear you on and maybe write in the comments something if I. Is this okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's not okay.
It's not okay. No, really. I wanna make maybe there's someone else who wants to.
No, I'm just messing with you.
I know.
Yeah,
man, is that a sword?
Huh?
Is that a sword behind you?
That's a sword. Yeah. I'm kind of into Viking stuff. And,
ain't nobody breaking in your house with that.
No, I have access to. Not only a sword. No, I'm really a kind person. Don't worry.
Man. It was nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, nice talking to you as well.
So then is that all your armor right there, hanging there, right next to it? Is that like I feel like maybe you're going out to Renaissance fairs and dressing up and dude.
Yeah, I'm doing cosplay and stuff as well. So own masks and helmets and yeah.
I've got my shit for Ren Fair right over here, dude. With everything that's been going on, been missing it. We've been missing it like the last 2 years now. No Ren Fair, dude.
It was
fucking
it
worst.
was catastrophic so far.
Yeah.
As what? Can I ask you as what you're going to Ren Fair? So which medieval history part? Knights or Templars or what is it?
Oh, you mean like my costume and shit?
Yeah, what is it? The history part of is it Vikings or is it all kinds of stuff?
Bro, I was gonna say that's where I got to get a little more nerdy into the shit because I couldn't tell you.
So, but it's just
I've got like a leather like vest thing, a belt. Yeah. I've got some little gauntlets.
Gauntlets, yeah. Okay, so this is how I started, yeah. But then you get more and more, and you want this, and you want to have some, yeah.
Yeah, my wife, she even has like a matching top and everything. I think we even got a matching top for one of my daughters as well.
Oh, that's great, yeah.
Yeah,
that's always great to have.
Yeah, and that's why I see that stuff you got sitting there, man. That's some legit stuff, man. Is that all leather?
It's leather. The helmet is made of steel, yeah.
Yeah.
Then there is a shield and yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty badass, man. That's pretty badass.
Cool, yeah, I like it. I can't wait to wear it again. It's been really sad. Also with festivals and whatnot, it's sad.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe what we need to do is like, do you have a green screen?
I can do this, yeah. With a green screen.
I was gonna say maybe we all just need to get together and be some freaking nerds and come up with like just little scripts and do little skits and just put a bunch of green screen stuff together and just do something.
Or maybe like this, like a conference like this, a Ren Fair on their own.
Yeah, exactly.
Friends of mine had the idea because now there are Comic-Con and stuff like virtually with you only see them on video and stuff, and they also had the idea, hey, maybe we should do something like this. We all dress up at home or something where we are safe and can have and join this way until it's normal again, back to normal. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that. So yeah, cool.
Yeah, all right, man. Well, thank you for being here, man. Again, great to have you on.
Can't wait for next community streams in the future with Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki, especially. I can't wait for Loki. because it's gonna tie in as well, I guess, with some stories with Wanda, and so let's see how this all pans out, and go along with you guys here on other platforms here. It's great.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Take care.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah,
Man.
LB, you're gonna have to join. You're gonna have to join us one day too.
No,
but-
bruh. No, there ain't no card. Look. If that's what you like to do, you can do it. But you will never ever see me cosplay.
Okay,
Nah,
so
I mean, honestly, I ain't into that. But like, I think I would do it. If I was to say, all right, we're gonna go to a convention or whatever, I would do it. Maybe.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun. Like at first I felt weird too, but then I went to the Ren Fair. Like I didn't dress up. I'm like, all right, dude, I'm the fucking weirdo here.
Right. They're looking at you like, huh, what are you doing here? You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So I'm a team player.
Yeah. but
Hey, but
I'm gonna
wanted-
drop this link in the chat really quick so Stormy can get in here, and if there's a couple other people want to join as well, guys, go ahead. There's the link.
See, I wanted to jump in on that X-Men thing. Like, look, I for 1 second don't believe one bit that they would put out a movie and not call them the X-Men. Like, they might, like, I'm pretty sure that story came from we got nothing correct. We got everything wrong. Whatever you want to call them, we got nothing covered.
Right.
But what I'm saying, if this did happen, like they came out with a movie, just called it The Mutants, like you said, building up the mutants, whatever, that's fine.
I would
But-
say it being a TV show more than anything.
Right. But they're not going to call them the X-Men. After Fox completely destroyed the X-Men for almost 2 decades, there is no way that is going to happen. Like, I don't care what any feminist or whatever you want to call yourself says about X-Men being sexist. Don't you forget, women and men have men in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think it would be, if anything, like I said, it sounds like, I don't know, it would be a movie. It sounds like it'd be more like a TV show, to get people to bring in and introduce the mutants. But I still kind of feel like they're going to sprinkle them in to some of the series and everything as we start to move closer to that.
See, my X-Men is my thing, man. So like, now you got me wanting to talk about X-Men for the rest of the time. This is your stream. I can't take over this. No, but
Nah.
I wanted to ask you while we're on that, but like, so I'm thinking back to the X-Men, the first movie. They, it was the mutant registration thing, and it's like, okay, if they introduced the mutants, like, how would it be any different than, say, people like, man, what's her name? Monica Rambeau, who has powers built into her. Like, how would they separate these? Like, people with a mutant gene and then other people that gets powers from some other method. Like, how could they do this registration thing if they did that?
That's, I mean, I guess that's some of the golden questions.
Right. I don't know. I just thinking off the top of my head, it kind of wouldn't make sense. Like, okay, we're going to separate these mutants, but then we got other people that got powers through an Infinity Stone or powers through something random. I don't know, but my mind's thinking all kind of crazy things right now.
Yeah, and that's real, and that's kind of the thing though. Is like, like what are they going to do to bring on in all those characters? I mean, there's kind of like I said. I mean, you can't just kind of. I mean, essentially, are they just going to shoehorn them in there? Like, hey,
Right.
like I said, they've been here all along.
I mean, honestly, we could have mutants now, like based off what Thanos did.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we haven't really dealt with the repercussions of the snap, really, have we? On a large scale.
Not really
Right.
at all.
So
no.
like mutants could be happening from that. Who knows? But man, we'll just have to wait and see. And I trust Kevin Feige enough to come up with a good plan and not just, well, they was always there. Why? Because.
Right. Right. All right, we got my man Stormy joining us here as well. What is up, my man? How you doing?
Yo, man, how are you, man?
Doing well.
Hello there.
Yo, man.
So, what did you think about episode 9, the season finale, the season overall? Let's hear your
I
thoughts.
I liked it. I liked it very much. Uh, I can look. Did I want Mephisto? Yes. Did I want? Did I want like? Did I want a character like Simon Williams to come into the show? Yes, I wanted that. But like this show was not about them. This show was about Wanda and Vision, and like Wanda having to go through this whole phase of grieving, and then all these like um, different sitcom eras to really come to the point of like, yeah, I can't have Vision back. I'm going to have to give him up, and that's what she did in the last episode. And now we still have a Vision out there, but it's not the same Vision. But hey, we still have Paul Bettany in the MCU.
Right, yeah, and that's kind of crazy too if you think about it, because at this point, I mean, he's kind of like the longest going person in the MCU.
Yep, he is.
I mean, aside from maybe Nick Fury, who hasn't been in as much, I guess, but yeah, kind of crazy, man. I wonder how much longer he's going to be sticking around for. And that's kind of the thing too, thinking about all those kinds of things, is some of the different people that might be like recurring roles, small roles, just coming up later in the MCU and some of these future projects as well. How did you feel about the series, like overall and everything? I know there's certainly some people have had because we were all hyped up, we all had our expectations and stuff and things we wanted to happen. I certainly didn't get my Pleasant Hill theory verified, but
yeah, no. I think the show was close to perfect. Now I'm going to say you guys one thing, like you guys over in America, you guys are really like into the sitcom type of things, like like us over here in Europe, we really don't have that history of like having like all these sitcoms on television like back in the day. We really never got that. We were more into like documentaries back in the day. Like sitcoms is not our type of stuff. But I'm going to say one thing. If there's something that would have got me into sitcoms, it's definitely this show. I'm interested in checking out sitcoms right now because like WandaVision, like it was sort of like a parody, but it did it so in a perfect way that I was like, man, I'm missing out on something, I think.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And okay, and some of the things kind of been talking about here as well, with everything after wrapping up the show, Kevin Feige, we know that he knows about all like the spoiler pop culture and the leak culture and all of that stuff, and we can see like some of that was kind of acknowledged here in this show. And one of the things we've kind of been talking about here is, I mean, do you think that Kevin Feige done some of these things on purpose, like Boner, and you've got Evan Peters coming in there. He actually played Quicksilver, but I trolled ya. I kind of feel like he was jabbing at people, but also still kind of being like, hey, I still kind of gave you this stuff. Like, I feel like, like I said, there's some of the people out there that have their different feelings about it, especially in like on the leaker side of things, the scoopers. The scooper's gonna scoop. I feel like he kind of was tipping his hat to them, but also kind of poking at them too at the same time.
Yep.
Because it seems like it's still one of those things like, you only see what I want you to see.
It's more like, it's like a little bit like this. Like, this is like the first time that like scoopers and leakers are like so off bat, like, because like we've seen with like Infinity War and with Endgame with like leakers and scoopers like bringing out scoops, and there were like maybe 50% of the things they brought out actually happened in those two movies, because we got like the things of like Captain America lifting Mjolnir. We got the things of like Thor going to dual wield Stormbreaker and Mjolnir in that movie. So there were things that happened that came through leaks that happened actually in the movie. Now with WandaVision, except for like the rumor that there was that Wanda and Vision were going to be called Glamour and Illusion in one episode, there really hasn't been like a leak or a scoop that really was on point. Like, we got all these like leaks with like Mephisto and the Grim Reaper and mutants and Magneto, and it's like that all those things hype people up very much, and then it's like to me it's then sad that like in the end, because the show is so great, that people are still disappointed by some random guys on the internet who are just like posting random stuff that's not going to happen. So that's something I think like is like a little disappointed that those leaks not coming to fruition, that is something that can like someone's expectations on the show very like high, and if that not comes through, like people suddenly like don't like the show anymore. So I think that's a little bit of BS, but like I mean like things like that happen all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's definitely so much, so many things that coming out of that. I mean, just because, yeah, I do feel like I said, I feel like he's kind of tipping his hat, but he's also poking, saying, "Hey, gotcha, guys, I gotcha. How's it feel?
Yeah,
It's okay."
I mean I can see him like putting out. I can see that Kevin Feige put out some like rumors and leaks out himself to like have people off track, you know.
Yeah, I almost feel like that 100% at this point. Oh, look at this thing here, man. Oh man, Streamlabs is messing with me. Streamlabs is messing with me. I kind of feel like that is what he kind of did here with that kind of stuff. Is he's kind of like I don't know, like he's walking that fine line of a lot of stuff. But again, I think he's orchestrated everything pretty well, and but it does make me feel like he was probably responsible for a lot of the leaks. It makes me feel like they do have their hands in that cookie jar, putting these things out here at this point, because I kind of feel like that's what all of that kind of stuff coming out of that was.
I think another thing that was like a big factor in people getting all their hopes up and like thinking all these leaks would come true. I think it has to do with like people having to grow through an entire year and a half without Marvel content, because like back in the day when we got the slate for Phase 4, like this show would have come out after Black Widow and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, so there were probably already 2 shows and a movie out right back then if things didn't go the way the world is going right now. But what I'm going to say is that like maybe this wasn't the show to come first after this year and a half period with no movies or no shows for Marvel. Maybe this show was like a little too small to be the first one. But I think like be happy that we actually got something, because they could have just waited till like Black Widow and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and then we had to wait like another 4 months. And is there really anyone who wanted that? I don't think so.
Right. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I certainly didn't want to wait for any more content.
Yeah. No. Of course not.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, I really do think that. I don't know. Overall, I'm satisfied. I mean, I get where some people would be dissatisfied with some of the stuff, but I mean that just comes in the fact of like I do feel like these are like I said, TV shows, not necessarily movies, and I think that's kind of something that at this point like we all realize now, and hopefully everybody can kind of move past that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will think by themselves right now, yeah, with all those, because like the movies will probably be like things where the big bombastic things will happen. And I hope that people think by themselves that like going forward that these Disney Plus shows will be the shows that will have like intimate, like small little stories with like smaller known or smaller villains from the comics. So I'm going to say like a couple of things, like people who are thinking that we will get Wolverine, Red Skull, and characters like the Dark Avengers in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, like stop it, like it's not happening. Like Falcon and the Winter Soldier will be their own like little small story based on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So just look at it the way like we are going to get another 6 hours of TV shows and be happy with what happens is my thing, how I stand on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. What about you, LB? What do you think?
Ask the question again. I was doing something else.
Oh, just like with the like Kevin Feige and what he's kind of done with like this whole Like
okay.
the
Gotcha.
spoilers and the leaks and all that stuff kind of
Gotcha.
like I do kind of feel like he's like been in charge of a lot of these leaks and things at this point.
Yeah. No, okay,
Yeah.
I got I thought you asked something else. Yeah, man. I'm with it, man. I'm with it, man. I'm a person that doesn't want to be spoiled with anything. I want to go in with a fresh mind, fresh eyes, fresh brain, and be able to enjoy things for what it is. It's something that I care about. Like spoiling things hurts my feelings. I hate it. I understand some people like to know every single thing about it, but it's no fun for me. So like whether Kevin Feige is doing these things on purpose to throw off the scoopers or whatever, I have no problem with it. I get some people want to know everything, but it's like I don't. At some point, I don't get it either. Like, why do you want to know everything that's going on in something that you're watching? Why can't you just wait for it to happen and enjoy? Because like for some people, like they want to know everything before they see it, but then if it doesn't happen, they get upset at it.
Yeah, of course, that's the thing that always happens, and that's the thing that happens with Marvel fans all the time. Like with every movie, it's the same story.
Yeah, and you would think at some point, we'd learn our lesson.
But no.
But you know, that's the fun thing though, because like I said, I mean, I get out there and I only go by like when I do like theories and stuff like that. I only go by like what I usually just by what I see in the trailers and what I have seen in the movies and go based off of that. When we get some of these leaks and spoilers, I might like put some of that stuff in there because like, well, maybe it could be true, and here's how it may apply, or maybe I just won't pay it any attention at all.
I was totally convinced by like the theory that we were getting Grim Reaper and Simon Williams in this show. I was totally convinced. Like, me and Timmy, like my partner from Everyday Geeks, like we even made videos about it. We brought it up in our podcast. Like we were so convinced that was happening, and it didn't happen. And to be honest, like it really hasn't done that much on my happiness level with the show. You know, like I'm still think it was great.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was good.
You see how easy it is to manipulate people online?
Yes. Let's see, we got Jonathan joined us again.
Sorry about that. Jump back in.
Jonathan, I was gonna say, you got nothing better to do, bro.
My battery's dead. I'm plugged into the wall right now. I'm hiding out in my garage. I was gonna say some of the leaks about the WandaVision show. There was about all the leaks, about 5% stuff that was like hardcore, actual leaked stuff that was like tangible. Like photos, right? There was like the set photos of the witch stuff, but you had no context of like what was going on. And if you saw those before the movie came out, you would almost say like, that wasn't even related to the show, right? So you would throw those away. And those photos actually had been forgotten for so long. And then as the episodes went closer and closer, everyone was like, look at these photos. Like, these were a year ago. What was going on?
Right.
So there was a lot of smoke out there that you had to see through the forest to see the trees.
Right.
There was a couple 5% of these leaks were like actual hardcore stuff. The actual leaked trailer that we got early of Vision trying to escape the Hex, undeniable that was from the show. You know what I mean? You couldn't look at that and be like, shit, like what the hell happened there? Like that was a spoiler ass leak.
I talked to my friend about this because like people got to understand also is that they might be putting things out on purpose. And not only that, when you're shooting a movie and a TV show, like there's so many things that a shot that doesn't make it into the final cut, or they might even the Russo brothers say we shot stuff that wasn't even for the movie, like it was just going to be for promotional things. So a lot of things that get shot that leaks, it could be just them putting these things out there to throw people off, just to get people talking about things like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of think, I mean, like it's kind of the genius of Kevin Feige once again. I mean, we can see like there's such a stark difference, dare I say stark. there's such a stark difference between these two different companies that Disney owns in Star Wars and Marvel Studios, and we can see that Kevin Feige he's just got a tightly knit thing going on here. I mean, his ship is not going to sink. He just doesn't allow it to happen. He's just got everything so on point with that stuff. And I think that's, like I said, I think that's what we're kind of getting. Like, we're looking at like these leaks, you know, there is only that small percentage of them that's true. But at this point, we have to really seriously question and ask, is he behind all these leaks and everything we're getting? And I think it's almost undeniably, yes, he is.
So look, he's working with Sony now, right? He's in liaison with Sony. Like, they started getting that stuff more in order for this new Spider-Man flick. They have a orchestrated fake social media thing from all of their stars saying like, these are 3 titles. They didn't have that last time from Far From Home. They didn't have anything. It was just stuff hitting the streets the way it was hitting the streets, you know, photos, whatever.
I mean,
right.
Yeah, man, they got to do things like this now, because especially like they're into a new phase where it's going to be multiverse things like this. I'm pretty sure there are going to be a lot of things that they don't want to get spoiled. So they're going, especially we're in the culture where everyone wants everything now. So it's like they got to be able to throw people off to take them off the scent, you know?
Yeah. And like, I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. I just seen it on Twitter this morning. Have you guys seen all those set photo leaks of Jane Foster?
Yep.
Where she looks all buff and shit. I'm like, dude, she looks buffer than me. I'm like, I don't think those are real, man, because they all look a little bit doctored too. Like, there's like 2 things I've seen that looked real.
Isn't that just like the way she's standing? Because she's standing like with her arms forward. I think it's just like a photo that got out of context. I really don't think I don't think Natalie Portman has the physique to become like as buff as that, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, I've seen some of those photos. I'm like, dude, those things have to be doctored, dude. Like,
hey, man, this is how you do it. You got to control the narrative, control what you want out there.
Taika's sitting there looking up at the photographer. He knows there's someone sitting there taking pictures. It might be legal and within their due right to do so and everything, and he might not be able to actually do anything, but they're not doing anything to put up a wall to block that. They're not doing anything to, like, fly a drone with the big sheet in front of the guy taking the pictures. So they know what's to get some stuff out there, and they have to build the hype for these other shows. And I can't tell if that's really Natalie Portman or not. It's so weird the way she's standing, but
yeah,
they have her flying also in some weird like rig. So there's definitely a lot of other stuff. I spoil too much with going into that, but there's some crazy stuff in those scenes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And like, because the thing is, like, you can see some of that stuff there in the background that was like from set photos that we've seen. You know, it's like I kind of feel like somebody's just doctoring all this stuff. You know, and some of it looked a little fake.
I'm more interested in those goats, like that popped up in those photos of the set, those goat fates. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite things about Thor in the comics, that he rides this like big huge goat. I think that's cool. I think it's cool that they're bringing in that into the MCU.
Yeah, definitely. So, what do you have? What are some of your other thoughts anything you want to get into, Stormy? Regarding,
I mean, it's your live stream, man. I'm just. How is this coming on, man? You take the shots over here.
What did you think of the ending? What do you think?
Yeah,
the ending. One thing that I'm like questioning is like, because we got like this confirmation that WandaVision, Spider-Man 3, and Multiverse of Madness, that it's like sort of like a trilogy of like multiverse things. Now, we of course know that nothing multiverse happened in this show, not even in a post-credit scene. So, as it now stands, like Far FromOme is still after WandaVision, and nothing in Far From Home happens. Multiverse also. That has the multiverse also. Now, how is No Way Home happening? Is No Way Home happening after Doctor Strange into the Multiverse of Madness? Picking up like right after Far From Home. Picking up like right after Far From Home. Because like, if there wasn't any multiverse stuff, there won't be any multiverse stuff. There won't be any multiverse stuff in No Way Home, because it's like right from the moment that we get like Jonah Jameson like up on the screen like Spider-Man, you know, like Spider-Man, you know, like I'm questioning how they are going to like pull that off.
Yeah, definitely. And that's kind of what I was wondering too, like thinking about some of those kinds of things and exactly what they're going to do with that as well, because there we go. Sorry guys, sorry about the echo. Because like my thing is like I'm wondering if it's actually going to no, it's not Streamlabs. That was me. It was me because of Streamlabs. Or Streamlabs because of me. I think that this is going to. I think the Wanda affected some stuff here. I think that's going to happen in Doctor Strange because is Doctor Strange 2 coming before Spider-Man? I want to say that it is, but
no,
I'm almost starting to think that it's not at this point, is it?
Spider-Man's December.
It's December.
Doctor Strange is next year.
Yeah, dang. So I mean, there kind of goes that because I was thinking like maybe that's still the kind of the thing is whatever happens in No Way Home is going to kind of maybe spill over into Doctor Strange in the sense that maybe that after everything happens, Doctor Strange kind of has to fix things and help Spider-Man conceal his identity again, because that's one of the things I've been kind of thinking about from a lot of that stuff as well, where in No Way Home he kind of has his identity exposed and that's what he's dealing with. And we heard rumors that supposedly Doctor Strange was going to come in to be the next mentor for Peter Parker, and maybe that's kind of what it is where Doctor Strange comes in as his mentor is being like, dude, you need to grow up, get your shit together, we will reset all this stuff and make the world forget that you're Peter Parker, that you're Spider-Man, but you've got to stop everything that you're doing, the foolishness here. That's just kind of what I'm thinking there.
Yeah, that sounds fair, man.
Yeah, Mike Porter says the Echo remix. Yeah, I got the Echo taken care of. I hope it's all good.
Popping up and then it went away. Yeah, I think it went away.
Because I just the scenes and everything and got them set up. Streamlabs can be fun, guys. It can be fun.
Yeah, you do a great job on the screen, man. It's not easy to produce your own stuff, so good job.
Yeah, and especially the way we've got everything run through. It's just I don't know. But thank you all for sticking around and being here. And what do you think about Scarlet Witch there at Wundagore Mountain?
With the Darkhold?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's something that's going to be huge in the future, man. The Darkhold. The Darkhold has like the possibility to like bring in so many like new characters, like because it has ties to Blade, to Ghost Rider, Mephisto, Catan, even like Namor and Atlantis have some kind of history with the Darkhold before Atlantis sunk. So like, man, this Darkhold book will be so. I think the Darkhold will be like the next big thing in the MCU, like the big. There goes my English. I'm sorry. Will be like the new big thing instead of the Infinity Stones. I think. I think the Darkhold has like the capabilities to become like the next big thing. Maybe this will become like the Darkhold saga. We don't know.
It very well could be. Yeah, because I mean, it does have the ties back to. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Cthon or whatnot, which basically, he kind of wants to have his tendrils on everything and kind of rule the whole universe and everything as well. Which brings in multiverse stuff, which brings in the people like Immortus, which we've talked about a little bit here today already. So. Yeah, like I said, to anybody out there disappointed in the way that WandaVision had ended in that way, I think the way that it actually ended in that post-credit scene is that what you're wanting. That's that thing that opens up those doors to so much more getting ready to happen in the MCU. And I can guarantee you that what happened somewhere within this does affect Loki as well, the Loki show. I feel like it's going to affect it in some sort of way as well.
I'm beginning to think more and more that Loki will be like its separate thing, and that it will be based more on like time travel instead of like multiverse travel. Because like the way it looks like he's going back in time, going through all this like historic events and going to change the way that historical event like went. Like, so I think it will be more like time travel based instead of actually like multiverse type of stuff. But like things could happen, Like I'm not Kevin Feige. Like I don't call the shots over there. It's just the way I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Thinking about it, you could be right. Like maybe in there maybe that's where they set up Immortus then, like Immortus or Kang, and then maybe that all leads into the Doctor Strange stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what it is. It's just so fun to think about and nerd out about thinking about all of these different things.
Definitely.
Like I said, that they kind of left us with there. All that stuff. Just, I mean, they gave us so much, and you know, I what were your thoughts about um watching Monica come into her powers and everything there? What did you
Oh,
think about all that?
I mean, we really didn't see that much of her powers right now, but like we know that she can like that things can like in like the same way Vision does it, like she can phase through things and things can phase through her. And like the way she was looking at that bullet like going like past her, like it confirms that she has like super speed also, because like
Right.
that's the same way like Quicksilver did it in like Days of Future Past. So Monica will be an interesting character, and I'm in love with that actress, man. I think she's perfect for that role.
Yeah, definitely. I think they definitely cast the right person to play her here as an adult. And I think they did a lot of things right with that, too. I mean, they did kind of show a display of her powers without really showing a whole lot. They just gave you a little bit, and we're probably going to get more. I'm guessing come Captain Marvel 2 is where we'll see a lot more of that kind of come out. And even like you're saying in the casting with Tiana Paris, I mean, I think it really does speak to what the kind of casting that I believe it's Sarah Haley Finn does there for the MCU and what they've done overall throughout the MCU. And hopefully, it gives me hope. It gives me great hope for what we're gonna get once the mutants arrive and we get Storm. And hopefully we get the Storm that we've always needed. Hopefully we get the Scott Summers we've always needed.
Oh
Hopefully
yeah.
we actually get
Oh
the Wolverine that we deserve. Not just one that's
oh.
good. Not just one that's good.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Hey, I liked Hugh Jackman, but seriously, we need that small guy because
Yeah, of
that's why
course.
Wolverine's so mad. He has small man syndrome.
Look, even if they cast like a somewhat like more somewhat taller guy, just cast someone who looks more grizzly, someone who has like a huge beard and it's like hair overall over his whole body, like that's Wolverine, like having
Right,
like a cigar in his mouth, like that's the Wolverine we need now. A cigar in his mouth, I think that's a little too like R for Marvel right now.
right.
uh but yeah.
Yeah, and this
Now's your
thing,
time to start positioning for the fan casting of Wolverine. Get on your soapbox. Short,
yeah,
angry guys need representation in Marvel movies too, man. Get on
yeah,
it. Get on it.
yeah,
Pause.
yeah. And that's
Short,
true because
angry guys.
I think even on Darren's Danger Room the other day, that's one of the things that she was saying in there too. Is like they need like just a gnarly looking dude. Like he shouldn't be good looking even by
No.
Hollywood ugly standards. Like he should just like because like he's not a great looking dude. He's just kind of gnarly. Like and that's why like I always thought like John Bernthal doesn't fit the profile, but he kind of has the look. He's a little bit tall and all that stuff, but he kind of got that look like he's not a great looking guy, but he looks like he can be a little bit rugged, you know? Like you
I
get
mean,
like a Carl Urban out there. To me, Carl
yeah.
Urban's a little too good looking for Logan.
Yeah, like those guys who are casting like Scott Eastwood or like Taron Egerton, like I mean, like you're just doing Hugh Jackman all over again. Like, stop it.
Yeah, yeah. Scott Eastwood, yeah, he might actually be good for Cyclops.
Yeah, Taron Egerton also.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Now imagine this. Imagine this. Okay, so you know how they did motion capture for Thanos and Josh Brolin, and it improved the Thanos we got, right? It was
Mhm.
so much better than any of the side profile face Thanos shots, or, for example, who was it? In Days of Future Past, what's his name with the purple face that just looked terrible? That Poe Dameron guy, Oscar
Oh
Isaac,
yeah.
right? He
Yeah.
looked terrible as Apocalypse or whatever. So
Yeah.
now, imagine if so don't worry so much about who the actor, if he looks like Logan. Imagine if they bring someone in and they do a mocap on his face to really give Logan that gnarly Logan face, right? The gristled, deep, like pronounced features of like a man who's been alive for hundreds of years and seen like the gnarliest stuff and survived the gnarliest stuff. And I'm censoring myself. That's the face we need. So maybe if they do that, be able to capture the emotion of this person's face and emotion, but then really give it more of a Logan gristle, the teeth, the real pronounced features. Right?
You must think Walt Disney Studios is going to be giving Marvel Studios $500 million per movie budgets.
Yeah, it's only the face. It's just the face. They did the face of like Samuel Jackson. They've de-aged it. They did all Thanos' face. You know, the CGI for his body doesn't have to be super bad. It could be a bulk guy that's short, and they can get the posture and the stature correct, and then not worry about his face looking like Wolverine, and then just mocap his face to be right. So Wolverine could be a CGI character in the future, and they'll never have to worry about the longevity of a person like what they have the situation right now with Hugh Jackman, where he doesn't want to be involved, where these characters aging out. You could see them move more to digital.
My thing with that is like you can still tell these people ain't like these faces ain't 100% real.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking also.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get to the point also. Right now, you're getting 4K content, and then 8K. Your eye can't even see that level of detail. So you're not even gonna. It's not even gonna matter if it's a real person or not, because you're not even gonna be able to tell if it's that, right?
You can tell.
They don't look great. They don't look great. The DH faces.
I'll be able to tell.
You can tell. Like
Thanos' face compared to Nick Fury is two different things. You can't say that Josh Brolin motion capture acting versus the aging.
Thanos is like a CGI character. He's not like a human. Like if you look at people like Tarkin or Leia from the Star Wars movies, like even with
those were like fake. That was a deep fake. That's not what I'm saying.
Even with Coulson, like and Samuel L. Jackson from Captain Marvel, like you could still tell they was de-aged. Like there's not 100% natural person look.
Yeah.
Like we're a ways away
done it
from
the best.
We're a way away from doing the entire movie with CGI faces for humans where you can not tell what's going on.
They did two movies. They did Endgame and Infinity War with Josh Brolin as Dan.
I know. No, what I'm saying is like Thanos isn't a human.
But
like
I think if you look at the difference between, like, say, Ant-Man 1, where you seen at the very beginning, we seen Michael Douglas age down, and you can kind of tell, like, the tech wasn't all that great. It looked pretty dang good, but it still kind of didn't look like Michael Douglas. I think by the time we got to, say, fast forward to Captain Marvel, when they did Nick Fury there, when they did the little bar scene where they're sitting there flirting with each other, I think they did really great there on those scenes.
And I'm still having nightmares from back in the day. I think it was X3 where they de-aged Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart. Man, that we come a long way, man.
Yeah.
We come a long way.
Just think about it though, like even with the de-age and stuff, like we don't really see these characters doing all kind of crazy things in the movies.
Right.
Like they're typically standing, sitting, like not moving. So we're a couple, maybe decades away from you being able to say, man, I can't tell the difference between if this is a real person's face or if it's fake.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, like, regardless, like, I feel what you're saying, like, to trying to get an actual Wolverine. This prosthetics, like makeup and all that stuff, that can be done. They just got to stop being lazy.
Mike Porter says, put Stormy on Echo again.
No, please. No.
More girls, or you go back in the Echo chamber.
Oh, man, that's funny.
I think my entire room is an echo chamber. I think there's just like two less of things in my room that like keeps like getting like my sound is like coming back at me the entire time.
So, hey, I saw a comment. I saw a comment from a dude in reviews. He said de-aging on Coming to America look decent. Well, I have to let you in on a little secret. Black don't crack.
There you go. There you go.
Unless you really do crack.
They aged them up in that movie. They had to age them up.
unless you really do crack, you don't crack. Okay.
Yeah. Right. certainly. But
where do you think
well,
Wesley Snipes all that money he's been keeping from his taxes? He's been putting it in his on his face, rubbing it on his face to keep those cracks away.
right? Yeah. Hey, hopefully he's been paying his taxes.
Hey,
Hopefully he's not going
hey,
Wesley Snipes on us.
I'm not hating. I'm ready for that movie. To be honest, we need a good comedy, so let's do it.
Right. Josh Brolin should have got an Oscar, says Justin Simone. Oh man. Well, anyway, guys,
Exactly.
since I don't want to do what Mike Porter's saying is keep streaming until Falcon and Winter Soldier comes out. Let me ask any of you guys: do any of you guys have any any last thoughts or anything that you guys want to get on before we get ready to bring this stream to an end?
Subscribe to Everyday Geeks.
Go
That's
check
all I
out
have to
Everyday
say.
Geeks. There you go. Go check out Everyday Geeks for sure.
Oh, that's you. That's you who runs that channel. Okay, what's up?
Yo, man. Yeah, thanks. Check it out, man. We make content about Marvel and DC and Star Wars and every other
nerd
geeky, nerdy things. So if you want, check it out. If you don't want it, that's cool also.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check out Everyday Geeks. Yeah, Stormy and Timmy been getting together and doing some content, and yeah, absolutely been doing some good stuff. And I know you guys collaborate with Burke a lot.
Burke is our third member.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, is he part of the Everyday Geeks too?
Yeah, he's part of our channel, but he's busy all the time with his work. So most of the times, me and Timmy are doing it with the two of us. But if Burke can join, he joined us with a lot of he's happy to join us to say it that way.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Right on. Good deal, man. Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you to all of the guests that we have had here with us today. I hope you all had a good time with this community stream. Like I said, we will be moving into Falcon and Winter Soldier here in the next couple weeks. I'm going to see if I can find another guest to maybe bring on Friday mornings or something. We had Chillmonger last season for WandaVision. I'll see if we can get somebody for Falcon and Winter Soldier. If not, who knows? It's really hard to say because producing these live shows does get a little bit hard and strenuous to do, dealing with all these things that you guys can have seen throughout this stream. Even had some few minor technical difficulties as well. But again, thank you all so much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit down here with everybody and talk about all of these things, as it always is. And I want to say thank you to all the Myrtle Maniacs, all of the channel members, and all of the people who did send in super chats as well today. I see we got Red Raven 96 became renewed channel membership. We also got a Dude Reviews and Stormy that had sent in some live chats as well. Again, thank you all so much for being here today. You all have a good day, and we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Later.